Yeah, we said, wonderful, wonderful. He said, you are not going to trade back. We give you money for transportation. So they give me 10 shillings. Note, 10 shillings note.
You're already a star.
I'm already a star.
Yes.
So I left that place. I entered bus back home. I left home with nothing. I came back with something. God has been so good to me. And that was it. Then the studio, we have to come for, what do they call it? Audition.
Audition, yes.
They said, bring 4 songs. I have 6 songs. But one thing I want to say, we were not able to enter the studio that day. It was under the tree outside that they listened to me and my band. And it was after they recorded me. And I started going to record shop. I've recorded in Dekau because they said there's a day there's a listening day. That day they need to order the records. On the day I was there, I was reminding them, order my record though, it will sell though. And as they were coming, the MD was coming. His staff who was sitting, they have passed me. Features, they reverse. Features, what do I said? I come to tell all the distributors to book my record. They say, no, you don't do that. You don't allow, you go home, you have done your work. When it came to my turn, they must have 500 numbers ordered. Somebody say, I have booked 100, I booked 20. When they add the total, it must be up to 500. When they ordered my own, remaining 19 to clock to 500. The staff started, they told me, sir, your features didn't make it. What song? He said, remaining 19. The man said, I booked 25. You see how God, if the man did not book that 25, and that was how I started. And from being a star, I became a shareholder. And by the end of the day, I became the I became the owner. You see, so my life is, everything about me is God and my music.
There is that theme in all of your songs. The theme of godliness, the theme of integrity, the theme of what the Yorubas will call omoluabi. Like there's something about it. There's always a God factor there. Even before you openly gave your life to Christ and said, this is the path I'm towing, there was always God in it. Who would you say was responsible for that, or what?
You know, I told you that I was influenced to music through the church. Especially my mother. My mother was a very dedicated Christian. Her faith, she has a very strong faith in God. And that's the way that we were brought up. So my mother's influence, because she started taking me to church since the time I was a baby. And that was how I was influenced to music, through the church and the school band.
The other factor that stands out is the fact that there was the rivalry in growing your music. There was the time it was rumored you and King Sunny Ade were not friends, you were not seeing each other. If something was released today, it will release tomorrow and all that. What is your relationship?
Well, I've said this many times.
You have to keep saying it.
And I'm tired of saying it, but anyway, I've said that there was nothing between me and Sunny Ade. I started before him, And he came along to play his own kind of music. I play my own kind of music. He plays his own kind of music. The only thing is that both what we play is called the same juju music. And it was people that were turning whatever I say in my record, and they were turning whatever he says in his record. That there's a rift between me and him. And honestly, there was nothing like that. He used to pay me visit. I used to pay him visit too. So, but when the rumors were gaining much ground, Adelu Akisoya and Ike Dairo, they saw me and they told me that we need to call both you and Sonny Ade together. We're hearing you are fighting. I said, fighting? No, there's nothing like that. They saw him, they said, there's nothing like that. So that's how they summoned both of us. They said it again in presence of two of us. I said, there's nothing like that. Like that. So, but the people were turning, what they were doing that, there was nothing between, it was Adelu Akisoya and Ike Dairo that said, okay, this is what you people are going to do. Both of you record a record, Sonny record the record, dispel that there's no fight.
And that's the end.
And that was it. So, but until today, people still refer to it.
Yeah, but even recently, both of you performed in
yes.
the show.
Yes, we did Oleku together, and so there's nothing. It's good relationship.
And talking about performance, there was this generational collaboration.
Yes.
Simi
Yes.
sang your song,
Yes.
and you participated in it. What was that experience like for you?
Well, Simi is my daughter, and she's a very nice musician. When she started years ago, she told me that when she took permission, that she wanted to sing in Mexico, and I gave her permission. And I'm happy the record that record did very well. So it is that I Mexico that we both now do collaboration, and people like it a lot. I feel happy because Simi is a very cool-headed artist, and I love all the artists. They look onto me as father, and I keep that father relationship with them. So there are more to be expected.
Very good.
Because since after that release, there had been
requests.
Yes.
Last year, 2020, there were different kinds of rumors. There was a particular one, obey this, obey that, what's going on? People who even knew that I was close to you say, Kilo Shelesi, Baba, and all that. What really happened?
There was nothing. I was not sick. There was nothing. Nothing happened to me. I was with Bishop Olani, my son, and Pastor Larry Obe.
Yes.
And both of them just instantly, hello, nothing's wrong with my daddy. I'm here with my daddy. There's nothing wrong with my daddy. Larry was, their phone was just, Daddy, they have come again. 5 times within a month. But thank God.
I trust in God too. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I am type 2 diabetic.
Eh?
I am type 2 diabetic.
Yeah, same thing with me.
Aha. A lot of people don't like talking about their health status. Why? What kind of advice can you give people?
No, you see, I have said it out.
Yes.
I said that there's nothing about me that I want to hide. And I didn't do that. I've been a diabetic person since 1974. 1974 to this time is...
47?
Yes. And the doctors always say that I manage it very well. But it's not me, it's God. But I believe so much in the power of God. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. And diabetes can affect your eyes.
Yes.
It can affect many things.
Yes.
And that's the challenge, the only challenge that I have. I have done many cataract operation, but I'm well, I'm okay. People rumor at the time that I was blind. I was not blind.
Yes.
Up to now, the color of your cap, everything, your flesh, the skin, everything, I see everything. What you place in your hands, I see everything very, very clearly.
Yes.
So the only thing is that it affected my walking.
Yes.
It affected my walking. But thank God, we are working on it and we shall overcome it.
Amen.
Once you can manage it,
Yeah.
so that's the most important thing.
Baby mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ ká jọ mí ọgbọ̀dún. Ẹ̀yà tó mọ yá yìí ló ń ṣe kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Bẹ́lẹ́gàn bá ń tàn ẹ kó má má ṣe gbà. What's the story behind it?
Well, thank you for asking the story behind Olomigbotemi. This is going to give me an opportunity to talk about that part that I have never been saying much. I want to talk about women in my life, which I have never said as I'm going to say it now. Women in my life started with my mother. I'm so grateful for the role that women have played in my life. I'm thanking all mothers, all women, for they are so special. And God have used them. My mother, starting from my mother, Abigail Indemola, wonderful mother. She's the one who made sure that I became what I supposed to become in life. She showed me love, discipline, and everything that she put me through made me what I am today. That's my mother. My late wife, Juliana Olaide, Oweniobefabi, the right wife that I needed. But I must say this, women in my life, before I became what I am now, as a musician, I shared my own part in women. The love of musicians, God is the one, I believe God is the one who put it in the hearts of me. You know, between Saul and David, when David killed Goliath, it was the women that started singing. They composed songs and they were praising David that David killed thousands, while Saul killed less than. The enmity between Saul and David started by that. It was women. It is what the women saw that they highlighted. That is the life of a musician. You know what led to Oloyinbotemi? I have a girlfriend that is called Abike. Then I was moving around. We used to move around nightclubs. We play all around. Then there was this woman called Ashake. You know, I mentioned Abike or Ashake or Ashake. This woman Ashake is older than me and saw me. I said, Ejo Eyinda. I said, And she said, Ejo, Baba Olomamba Ingerui. Money already come by me. And she gave me 10 shillings to give my Baba. I've never met her. I didn't talk to her. God has his own way of sending people to you. I said, I used to give my Baba 1 and 6. I said, thank you. I will give her 1 and 6. Then he brought another £1. Said, take this, sir. But this 10 shillings, give it to the Baba. Ó máa ń tún ẹlẹ́dàá yín ṣe. Ìgbàkígbà tẹ́ bá ti ń kọjá báyìí, tí n bá ti rí yín. Bí wọ́n ṣe ń gẹrun yìí, mo kàn like it. I didn't talk to her. She was older than me. I took the I told Baba, God have bless you. One woman said, and don't get me, tell her that. Tell me to tell you 10 shillings. I wanted to give you 1 and 6, but she gave me my own. Me and Baba, the Baba will joke. That was any time she said, Egba, boom, Baba. That was how the woman became my girlfriend. Do you know this woman? When I wanted to buy instruments, I told the woman to borrow me £84 to buy an engine, the modern one, that is better than the one that I was using, and a guitar, special guitar, and the woman borrowed me. And I thank her so much. And I promised I paid her. Then, and I kept the money, the £84. Thank you very much. Oh. This is your money. He said that. He gave me. What am I trying to say? She played that part. Immediately after that, till today, I've never set my eyes on that woman. So by the time I was about to record, Abike was my girlfriend. I added Ashake. Olómi jọ̀wọ́ ó jẹ́ ká jọ máa gbádùn. Àyà tó mọ́yá yìí ló ṣì kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́gàn bá tàn ẹkùn má ṣe gbà. Ìdùnnú ńlá ní fọ́kọ káyà kó mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oríire ló jẹ́ fáyà tó bá mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oní tèmi Àbíkẹ́ ni gbọ́ tèmi. Gbọ́ tèmi bèbí gbọ́ tèmi oyè òun lónìí. Àbíkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o. That's
the story.
So, like I said, God have sent women to me in my life, and women have played very prominent roles in my life. So that's why I can never forget mothers, and I can never forget women. I can never talk about women in any bad way, but thank God that God finally delivered me from all that one. And the sinner of yesterday later now became a saint. That's what Jesus Christ can do.
Okay, finally, sir, as somebody who has been there, who has the kind of experience you have, you became a star at 15 because you formed your own band then. Looking at today's music scene, how would you advise the musicians, the performers, the artists? What would you say to them to guide them in this path, the path that has been very illustrious and profitable for you?
Well, to musicians, I want to say, number one, they must be ready they must have God, they must know God. God is the only one that they can depend upon, who will show them and take them to whatever height they want to attain in life. Then determination, hard work, commitment, that is it. When I was doing all that, we were not expecting money. It was just my hobby. And that's all I just want to do. In my record, ọmọ kékeré ọjọ́ yẹn, wọ́n ní kí ló fẹ́ ṣe, ó lóun fẹ́ lùlù, ó lóun fẹ́ kọrin. Màmá bẹ̀bẹ̀ títí ọmọ kọjálẹ̀ o. Láìpẹ́ ọjọ́ ọmọ di chief commander òbí. So everything, they should just depend on God and work hard. What I see nowadays, the younger ones, is that they are just running about after money. No. If they can solidify themselves, making sure they get the grip of what they want to do, using their gifts, their talent, people will know them. In our own days, you play our records, you do all that. This generation, they beg, they did everything to make sure their records are played. It was not so in our own time. How much do we need to give you people? You are doing it. You are looking for our records. You are promoting it. But they just want to be known. And thank God, we have quite a lot of talented. They only need to work hard, and God will see them through.
Okay, and finally now, I want to thank you, Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey, for coming.
You're welcome.
On this program. You're my very first guest on this program, Timeless Conversations. I want to make you a promise. We're going to be back with you next year, God tarrying, and even providing for you, giving you good health, and ensuring that we have people like you who will still guide us in the entertainment and performance industry in Nigeria. Thank you all for watching. Bye.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sonny Oti's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Homzy Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Akabueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Obalamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Uduak Essien Igbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State, took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheonrere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Sheonrere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's Min is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State, such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyekanwenu was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle to stay.
Originally a secular artist, Owenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of highlife, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good afternoon. I am Messi Bopo. This is the news brief. President Muhammadu Buhari has credited Nigeria's rising prominence as Africa's fertilizer powerhouse to the implementation of the right policies by the present administration. The president acknowledged this while receiving the Executive Committee of Fertilizer Producers and Suppliers Association of Nigeria at the State House, Abuja, on Tuesday. The president said that this was a remarkable achievement in a very short period of time, had ensured a steady flow of investment to the sector from the private sector, bringing prosperity to millions of Nigerians and good returns to the investors. We sincerely apologize for the poor audio. The Senate has extended the implementation year of the 2021 Appropriation Act from 31st March to 31st May 2022. The extension was approved following the consideration of a bill to amend the 2021 Appropriation Act. The bill was read on Tuesday for the first, second, and third time. The bill was sponsored by the Senate leader, Senator Yahaya Abdullahi. Senator Abdullahi explained that the extension of the budget period became imperative in view of the need to complete ongoing projects nearing completion. A total of 3 bills on Tuesday scaled second reading on the floor.
In view of the critical importance of these key projects which are nearing completion, it is expedient to grant further extension of the expiration clause to avoid confounding the problem of abandoned projects, given that some of the projects were not provided for in the 2022 budget. Therefore, the need to extend the implementation year to 31st March 2022 is apparent. This is in order to avoid liabilities and unnecessary cost escalation of projects that have already gone through the necessary implementation processes. This extension will help us realize the implementation to 100% of all the projects, of all the programs, including the Supplementary Appropriation Act that has also been passed by the National Assembly.
The bill to amend the 2021 Appropriation Act was thereafter passed sequel to its consideration by the Committee on Supply.
A bill for an act to amend the 2021 Appropriation Act in order to extend the implementation year from 31st March to 31st May 2022 and for related matters 2022 third reading taken, and the bill is passed. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. Our colleagues in the House of Representatives are doing the same. And time is of essence, and I will urge the executive arm of government to swiftly swing into action to ensure that we achieve 100% budget implementation like we did achieve in the 2020 Appropriation Act.
The House of Representatives held a closed-door meeting with security chiefs today, headed by the Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila. Present at the meeting were the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Awal Zubairu Gambo, and the Chief of Air Staff, Marshal Isaku Amao. Also present were Director General National Intelligence Agency, NIA, Ambassador Ahmed Rufai Abubakar, Director General, Department of State Services, Yusuf Magaji Bichi, and Inspector General of Police, Usman Akali Baba. Others at the meeting included the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, Director General, Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, Captain Fola Akinkotu, and Director General, Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, Musa Nu. They discussed the failing security in the country, training of security personnel, and communication synergy with the security forces in the country.
We had extensive deliberation. A lot of the issues we discussed there, unfortunately, as defense matters go, were not things for public consumption. But I can assure you that there was a lot of collaboration. A lot of ideas came together in terms of how the security agencies can work together as opposed to speak together in one voice as opposed to different voices. We're talking about the all-important issue of whether or not there are elements within the military themselves that we need to deal with the issue of moles, like some have stated. We talked about extensive decisions were made.
Asiwaju Bola Tinubu has donated 50 million naira to victims of terrorist attack on the Kaduna-bound train from Abuja. Tinubu announced the donation when he paid a courtesy visit to the Governor Nasir El-Rufai. The former governor was received by Governor El-Rufai and senators representing Kaduna Central, Uba Sani, and Kaduna North Suleiman Abdul Kwari at the Sir Kashmir Ibrahim House in Kaduna, the state capital. Tinubu said the train attack was a national disaster that demanded everyone's attention. He also expressed his concern about the string of attacks in Kaduna State, which he said had claimed too many lives and led to destruction of property worth millions. The federal government has dictated over 1,500 workers who joined the federal civil service with fake appointment letters in the past year. Over 1,000 corporates were said to have been discovered in one ministry, while 500 were found in other ministries, departments, and agencies. It was during a service-wide verification exercise. They will be delisted from the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System. Leaders of the People's Democratic Party have promised to wrestle power from the ruling All Progressive Congress at next year's general election. Former Senate President Bukola Saraki made the position known in Ibadan when he led chieftains of his party to a closed-door meeting with Governor Seyi Makinde while calling for cooperation amongst all contending blocs within the PDP. Saraki reiterated the need for a level playing ground to produce a formidable presidential candidate who will give the hope to the electorate.
It's not about who gets what. This is about insecurity in this country. How do we get to those better days? The hardship in this country. How do we make life better for here? And how can we work as a team? That's what we're here about. And it's important we emphasize that. We're not here going around talking about positions. No. We're talking about giving hope to Nigerians to see that come 2023, we begin to fix this country. Believe that we did it at the convention, for the party. Hopefully we'll do it again. The most important thing is this, is that it is not about us. A country where you have the level of insecurity that you have now, a country where the cost of living has gone so high, people cannot make ends meet, I don't think it's about us at all. And that is what we're making out here. Yeah.
We've done it at the last convention of our party. It was the first time, that PDP was able to achieve bringing in a national chairman for the party through a consensus arrangement. So we believe we can do it, and we also believe that Nigerians will take this party, serious when they know that we're all working together, to give to them a precedent through a process that is that has everybody's buy-in, the stakeholders, with no rancor.
The People's Democratic Party PDP Zoning Committee says it will present its unanimous decision on zoning to the Party National Executive Committee, NEC. The chairman of the committee and governor of Benue State, Samuel Atom, disclosed this after its committee meeting held at the Benue State Governor's Lodge on Tuesday in Abuja. Governor Tom, who did not disclose the zoning decision of the committee and when it would be submitted, said the decision was agreed by 37 members of the committee present at the meeting, where Governor Darius Ishaku of Taraba State, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of Enugu State, ex-Governor Ahmed Makafi, Kaduna, among others, were present. The Edo State Independent Electoral Commission has extended political parties' primaries in the state by 2 days ahead of the local government election scheduled for April the 19th. This is contained in a statement signed by the Secretary of the Commission, Peter Ojo, in Benin. The notice of the election, earlier released by the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, had scheduled the conduct of the party primaries from March 30th to April the 6th. Ojo said the extension was due to the fact that members and numbers of political parties had scheduled their primaries for April the 6th. According to him, the last date for the primaries will now be April the 8th. Ahead of the 2023 general elections, INEC on Tuesday advised political parties to ensure their primaries are properly conducted in line with relevant laws. INEC warned that it will not hesitate to disqualify parties in primaries that do not adhere strictly to the principle of internal democracy. It also advised parties to avoid contagious primaries that may lead to unnecessary lawsuits. Now, as expected, many Nigerians have been unable to make calls with their SIM cards after the deadline of the NIN SIM linkage exercise. PlusTV News correspondent Lovi Kuko Yedokun was at the National Identity Management Commission office in Ikeja, where she met some who have been caught in the web.
The deadline for the name SIM linkage was extended on multiple occasions by the authorities. This was to allow Nigerians freely comply with the policy. Despite many postponements, some people failed to comply.
People have been telling me to go and do it, but I just take it lightly. Maybe it's not something that is meaningful. But now that they've blocked my line, so I have to run down to do it.
These ones here said it was no fault of theirs.
I came to the NIN office. NIN office said I have to pay a sum of 15,000 naira before they can change the date of birth. And the date of birth is like I was born 1989, and then they gave me 1991. So, and it was so painful that I had to save up money to now pay up that amount to come in here to come and rectify this thing. Since November last year, up till now, it has not been corrected.
In registration, I had an issue. I need to retrieve my line, and they told me my NIN is BVN generated. I need to come here and modify. And getting here, the crowd is so much. I left what I was doing to be here, and they're telling me I have to start afresh. That's the process I am. It's crazy.
Lost my passport. I went to Abuja. I was captured. Okay, time to produce the passport. Immigration told me they could not produce my passport because my NIN number is showing invalid. So I had to hold on, call some people in NIMSI, did this, did that. It didn't work.
Actually, I submitted we filled the form, but there was a processing error.
So the number was not coming out. So I was told to come to the head office to get the number.
All hope is not lost for those yet to register. A top official at NIMS who did not want to be quoted said the window of registration was still very much open. He said those whose lines have been barred can register at NIMS office and get it linked with their BVN at their respective banks. The National Identification Number (NIN) is a unique number which identifies you for life and is issued to you by the National Identity Management Commission (NIMS) after your enrollment. It is used to match you with your biometric data and other details in the National Identity Database during verification and authentication. The federal government had directed all test kills to strictly enforce the policy on all SIMs issued, existing and new in Nigeria, effective from Monday, April 4, 2022. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
The House of Representatives Committee on Unclaimed Funds grilled the National Business and Technical Examination Board. It also grilled the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund over unremitted 3.8 billion naira and 268 million naira owed the federal government. These figures are reported by the chairman of the committee, Honorable Unyeme Idem, came from the document submitted by the MDAs on request by the committee to its consultant. The aim is to mop up all revenues hanging out most by MDAs, which the government needed to fund its budget towards providing social amenities for citizens. The committee requested both agencies to furnish it with detailed information of all funds belonging to the federal government at their disposal by next week.
Just a few hours ago, we have been able to take, NAPTEP. They appeared here based on the documents submitted so far, though they still have a lot of documents to submit, but so far we have been able to discover infractions to the tune of 268 million, money that belongs to the federal government of Nigeria. We have asked them to let us know when that money will be paid directly to federal government accounts, in which they promise us that they will come back after reconciliation and then let us know when the money will be paid. Then a few minutes ago, we also discharged Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Funds, though not acquitted, but we just asked them to also go and reconcile their record and also interface with the consultants and then come back to us. Their infraction is to the tune of 3.8 billion. That's what they are owing the federal government of Nigeria.
And to other parts of Africa, new accounts have emerged of Malian troops and suspected Russian mercenaries killing about 300 people in a town in its central region. In a statement released on Tuesday, right groups Human Rights Watch said there's been a deliberate slaughter of people detained in central town of Mora. HRW described Mora as being under the quasi-control of Al-Qaeda in Islamic Aqim. It quoted a local as saying some of those killed were really jihadists, but many others were killed simply because they had been forced by same jihadists to cut off their pants and grow their beards. They also claimed to have been arrested about 50 militants, but many local and humanitarian sources, both Malian and international, have denounced the killings, calling it an execution of civilians. The United Nations mission in the Sahelian nation has said it's still waiting for authorization from the Transitional Authority to launch its fact-finding mission in Mora. Now, a former militia leader in Sudan has denied committing war crimes and crimes against humanity as his landmark hearing opened at the International Criminal Court. A 72-year-old Ali Mohammed Ali Abdul Rahman is accused of leading thousands of pro-government fighters on a systemic campaign of murder, rape and torture during the height of violence in Darfur region of Sudan between 2003 and 2004. He is alleged to have been feared and revered, commander of the Janjaweed militia deployed alongside Sudanese government forces to carry out a brutal counter-insurgency campaign after a rebellion against Khartoum by some local communities, leaving at least 300,000 people dead and displaced 2.5 million. According to the United Nations. The trial is the first at the International Criminal Court to deal with the Darfur conflict, and campaigners have said it shows that there's no impunity that exists even for crimes committed nearly 2 decades ago. And outside Africa, a driver has died after ramming his car into the gate of Russian embassy in Bucharest. A video recorded before the firefighters arrived showed that the front of the car in flames as it remained wedged in the gate. It was unclear whether the crash was an accident or deliberate. In recent weeks, several Russian embassies elsewhere in Europe have been targeted by protesters angered by the invasion of Ukraine. Police said they were investigating and did not release the identity of the driver. On Tuesday, Romania said it would expel 10 Russian diplomats who were not acting in accordance with international rules, joining other European countries to have done so in recent days. The EU is proposing further sanctions against the Kremlin after allegation of Russian war crimes in Ukraine, with EU ambassador meeting on Wednesday to decide what steps to take. European Commission headed by Ursula von der Leyen said planned measures include an import ban on coal and ban on Russian ships and road operators. The US is also planning more sanctions, while the United Kingdom Foreign Secretary Liz Truss is calling for a tough new wave of sanctions from G7 and NATO ministers. She said her Japanese counterpart had agreed the international community had to increase pressure on Russia's Vladimir Putin and his war machines with further coordinated sanctions. EU officials had earlier indicated the focus would be on enforcing existing measures.
The new package includes a ban on coal import. And, ladies and gentlemen, I think that measures on oil and even gas will also be needed sooner or later.
We have all seen the haunting images of Bucha, and we've heard the testimonies of those who speak freely again now that the Russian army has left. They shot everyone they saw, one witness said about Putin's soldiers. This, honourable members, is what is happening when Putin's soldiers occupy Ukraine territory. They call it liberation. No, we call it war crimes, and we really have to give it this name. These sanctions will not be our last sanctions. As I said already yesterday, yes, we've now banned coal, but now we have to look into oil, and we have to look into the revenues that Russia gets from the fossil fuels, and we really have to make an effort, for example, to take a share to the escrow to an escrow banking system, so that we will really limit the source of revenues from Russia, from fossil fuels. It has to be an end with that, and this is the next step we will have to take together.
A strict enforcement of building code by developers is a panacea of the unabated menace of building collapse in the country. This was the position of the chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Architects Lagos chapter, David Majek Kudumi, while briefing newsmen ahead of the 13th edition of Lagos Architect Forum. Justin Akadonye tells us more.
The 2022 Lagos Architect Forum is themed The City of Lagos, What is Lagos? It seeks to bring stakeholders to dialogue on where Lagos has been, where it is now, and the expectations for tomorrow. However, pressing issues affecting the building and construction sector in Lagos are brought to the fore.
If the professionals in the building industry have gathered together to do what is best practice globally, to come up with a national building code. I don't want to go that route to tell you how many years this, or the first draft, or the first edition, or the third edition, or the fourth edition has been made. Now, part of the law is still part of the advocacy, so that we create that awareness between the people, the public, the government, the legislative body, so as to fasten up, making the enabling law.
The architects speak on plans to reach the hinterlands as well as other emerging issues, including the development of the waterfronts in Lagos.
And we sat with the leaders in Makoko and trying to make them understand why the waterfront development is the next big thing for Lagos. We actually went into the Makoko area like that, to educate and to inform them that we hear your cries and we can see how you are living.
So if you want to have a strong built environment, you should be able to work together actively, passively, and in every way with your fellow professionals in the built industry.
The forum brings together experts, thought leaders, leading professionals from Lagos and around the world to discuss on issues and trends, as well as encourage networking among participants. Justin Akadonye, PlusTV News, Lagos.
And in sports, Pep Guardiola won his Manchester City side to keep their emotions in check following a 1-0 win over Atletico Madrid at the Etihad. Jack Grealish was on the receiving end of Atletic's tackle, and Guardiola urged his squad not to respond in provocation of Madrid. Kevin De Bruyne scored the only goal of the game on his 50th European appearance to give City a narrow lead into the second leg.
Emotions, they do what you have to do. We are good doing what they do, and there are things we are not good. So there will be a referee there, and we have to do our game. Prepare tactically, mentally, the game we're going to play in an incredible stadium, good environment. Like they have faced this kind of knockout stages many times in Atletico Madrid career, more than us, and it will be a good test for us, our maturity in this game. Yeah, difficult game, tough opponent. During 25-30 minutes, play 5-5, so it's so difficult to find spaces. It happened long years ago, will be now, will be in the future. But we were patient enough, except the first 5-10 minutes, the second half.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bopo.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news that still affects us all. I am Usayome Sally, and today I have Alero Boyo and Namai Fan with me. Hello, ladies. Hello. How is the week starting?
We thank the Lord.
The week is great. I mean, yesterday started the week awesome. You know, today's Tuesday. You can only be enthusiastic for the rest of the week. But yes, this week is good. Yes. I'm affirmative.
Yeah, with all that is going on,
Yes,
it will really take you being deliberate and intentional with the outcomes that you want to see. Today I got a message first thing in the morning after dropping my kids from school, and I said, I bind you. Like, I literally had to delete myself out of that experience and say, you know what? I'm not going to start my day like this.
Yes, I think
you have to be intentional. You just say no to what you can't handle and embrace the one that continues to help
Meanwhile,
you.
Alero sent us a video of somebody saying,
we don't even want to go there. No. Let's not even start that now. Let us not start that conversation at all.
Traumatizing
at
video.
all. Let's not start it.
I've been in transit, so she mentioned. I said, "Where did you send the video?" That it was in the group.
Oh,
it is. I said, what is this?
It is a really
it's so bizarre.
troubling video. You don't.
Okay.
Let's not even start that conversation.
We can't talk about it.
Okay. Oh.
Bizarre.
It's a serious matter. All right, so today we're discussing clergymen, right? I mean, everybody that has been following the news, you would see, what's it called? You see all the drama going round. The sheikh that was suspended at first, then he was now sacked. Now he's been appointed. All this drama going on. And of course, Paul Adefarasin has spoken. I think Adeboye, that the GO2 has spoken. So we just want to understand our clergy, the strength that our clergymen possess when it comes to transforming Nigeria. And that's the conversation we're going to be having on our open house today, right? And when we, and here's what we found as today's quote: "A just government has no need for the clergy or the church." I mean, this quote is quite deep because if we had a system where justice is in place, right? Because it seems like the church is supposed to be like the checkmate for injustice and all of that. So if there's justice in place, if the government is actually, fair and it's for the people, you will not really need people going to church and praying and all of that, right? All right, so okay, so Sheikh Nuru Khalid, the former chief imam of National Assembly Mosque Zone E, Akpo Legislators Quarters, Gudu district in Abuja, was terminated for allegedly preaching anti-Buhari and anti-government. Now, the Sheikh called out the government over its failure to tame the escalating insecurities and killings in the country, and was sacked after being initially suspended for allegedly criticizing President Muhammadu Buhari over the last Monday night attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train. So it's our ladies' night out, as I mentioned earlier, and Alero, Nama, and I are discussing and asking this question: can clergymen provoke a transformation in Nigeria? That's the question for tonight. And when we open our phone line, we'd really love to hear what you have to say about this. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
You're still watching Ways. Now, today is International Day of Conscience, and the preamble to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted to barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of humankind, yes, and the advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy the freedom of speech and belief and freedom from fear and want has been proclaimed as the highest aspiration of the common people. Moreover, Article 1 of the Declaration states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights and are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. The task of the United Nations to save future generations from the scourge of war requires transformation towards a culture of peace, which consists of values, attitudes, and behavior that reflect and inspire social interaction and sharing based on the principles of freedom, justice, and democracy, all human rights, tolerance, and solidarity that rejects violence, and endeavor to prevent conflict by tackling their roots causes, to solve problems through dialogue and negotiation, and that guarantee the full exercise of all rights and means to participate fully in the development process of their societies. So this is a day to just call to everyone, if you have any bit of conscience inside of you, right? This is your day today. I mean, the war going on currently with Russia, what we are facing in Nigeria, the what's it called? I can't even justify the unjustified killings, kidnapping, you know.
There's a gross lack of conscience going on.
It's just as if there is, man's inhumanity
to man.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, the person that is actually committing all of these atrocities, you also have families, you have kids, you have siblings, you have parents. That I'm certain that if anything bad happens to them, you would actually feel it. You will cry to mourn these people. So I mean, how do you even have this? I mean, you don't even have the empathy or sympathy to just not, but you just want to kidnap, kill, and just cause it's
sometimes
crazy.
Is what the purpose for which they're doing what they're doing. Some of them actually feel very justified.
Imagine that man last week that we were talking about that kidnapped children for 7,000 naira. To him, he feels like he's doing a job.
Absolutely.
It's insane.
You know the interesting thing, and I think again, it's quite interesting that today is International Day of Conscience, because if we're talking about clergymen and their impact, I mean, those are the people that are positioned to prick the mind. You continue to just,
they're the conscience of society.
Yeah, they're supposed to keep jigging and ensuring.
With this now, we are very religious people in this country, Christians and Muslims put together.
All religion.
And then there is now like the rise in the insecurities, the rise in the violence, and these people are going to church. So is it that they are going to mosque? So is it that their mind, they're just going to fill and warm the seats?
Absolutely. All right, so let's start with Norma. What did you find for us in the news today?
Oh, okay. Well, it's a continuation of our conversation for this evening, but it's just a little bit of update on the Abuja Imam. So my story says, anti-government sermon. On account of that, the sacked Abuja Imam gets a new appointment. So the former chief Imam of Apo Legislative Quarters Mosque, Sheikh Mohammed Khalid, has been appointed to lead another Juma'at mosque in Abuja. This came barely 24 hours after the Imam was sacked by the Apo Mosque Steering Committee over the sermon that criticized the government's failure to stop insecurity in the country. The Imam said that he paid the price for the voiceless and would continue to identify with the masses. And this story just goes to continue to buttress the conversation we've been having over time about our clergymen, which we're going to continue today. I don't want to really dwell on that, but however, he's gotten another job, and that also testifies to his character as a person, because if he was somebody who had questionable character, I don't think that he will immediately get a job.
Yeah.
So I think that was quite commendable, and that tells a lot about him as a person. But we're going to go in depth in that conversation.
Absolutely, when we come
today. Yeah.
Okay, Lera, your story.
Okay, so from me, my story is actually, still on the attack in Kaduna. So 10 soldiers killed as bandits attack military base in Kaduna. So at least 10 soldiers have been attacked and some others have been injured by bandits prescribed as terrorists who attacked a military base in Birni Gwari, I apologize, local government area in Kaduna. The incident happened at 6 p.m., about 6:30 p.m. on Monday, and security sources told Channels Television. However, the military authorities are yet to confirm the attack. According to the source, the bandits monitored the movement of the soldiers, and when some of them were out on to their headquarters, they actually attacked and they killed 10 people. And there are 11 persons that have been abducted as well at the location. I mean, this is getting more bizarre by the day. So, I mean, I saw the videos last week of some children and some women that were like beheaded with cutlass and all of that. So this insecurity that's really going on in the country is becoming so alarming that it's impossible for people living in Kaduna to even sleep at night, because there is no guarantee that they would even wake up the next day.
It's very unfortunate.
It's really crazy.
Because even Kaduna has NDA.
Their base is there.
The base is there. So how did Kaduna State become so defenseless?
It's crazy. Then how come they're even able to attack soldiers at their military base? Is there no security measures in
like
place?
In your face.
As in how? This is becoming more scary. If the soldiers that have the guns and all the trainings cannot protect themselves, what is going to happen to men Nigerians like us?
Well,
that do not
like
have any...
former Senator Shehu Sani said, that now maybe they should allow people to start purchasing weapons or being able to defend themselves.
Oh wow, I'm just seeing a breaking news. It says reps consider bill seeking to ban cross-dressing in Nigeria and jail offenders for 6 months. Let's see how that goes.
Let's see how that goes.
Let me
just to throw that out
there. Just throw it out there.
Our Instagram influencers.
Now guess whose picture is there? Bobrisky and James Brown. All right, so my story is actually a follow-up of, the conversation we've had about Will Smith, Jada Pinkett, and Chris Rock. So Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett, has come out to say that she wishes her husband did not slap Chris Rock. According to the actress, of course, everybody knows that aftermath is really biting hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to resign from the academy. Yesterday, I think he lost.
Netflix,
I saw something on Bad Boys.
Yes.
A production that's currently ongoing. I think
has been put on hold.
Yes, they're almost like dropping him off that role. That is literally Bad Boys is literally Will Smith.
It's his life.
That's what it is.
Bad Boys is Will Smith. Will Smith is Bad Boys.
Yes.
So if he's
willing
out
to
of the let
picture,
him go, it tells you the gravity of what he's done. So she said that she wished her husband didn't slap Chris Rock at the 2022 Oscars rather on Sunday, and she was saying that both her and Will Smith agreed that he overreacted. And that he agreed that he overreacted by slapping the comedian, and that it was in the heat of the moment and it was him overreacting. He knows that, and she also knows that, and they're in agreement that he overreacted. The source that quoted was quoted to have said this. You know what breaks my heart is that, did you see the video that Linda Ikeji posted? I think I shared it.
She was shocked.
Where, that angle, they had not shown that angle all this while.
That she was laughing.
When he actually slapped Chris Rock, she was laughing. This was somebody that was quiet before. So if you really
mean that you approved
do you understand? You approved it. So why do you come out now? It is because of the backlash that is happening to him back to back, having to resign, some companies dropping him off. That's why she's coming out to say he overreacted, because even her son tweeted that that's how it's done. You remember he tweeted? Jaden tweeted when the father slapped Chris Rock. He tweeted and said, yes, that's how it's done or something. He made a very sarcastic statement saying like, yes, you don't mess with people and all of that. So for me, I think Jada, a lot of people are throwing shades at her, but I don't want to be part of the people like shaming her and all of that. But I'm saying that she had a huge contribution to this. Because you see, even when he was shouting, keep your wife's name out of, keep my wife's name out of your mouth, blah, blah, blah. If you were really, really like not in support of what he was doing at that time, you'd have got up from your chair. You'd have gone to meet him, you hug him and say, it's okay, calm down. Now me they fight for, but it's okay.
It's okay.
Do you understand? I know how they talk to my husband with eye now.
Besides,
you will draw your legs. Say, guy, calm down.
As he's even standing up, walking, because
it was a long walk.
No, maybe they didn't know what he was doing.
You don't even get my point. As it is, she approved it. So you can't just come out and say both of them have agreed. Like you never said a word. So if all these things did not happen,
I just remember
it was a hit.
Again,
it was a hit of the moment thing,
and that's why they say the hit of the moment.
You know, if that
you know, sometimes when you even have there's a way something happens, and initially it doesn't hit until it actually hits.
Yes, I know that.
So let's give that benefit of the doubt.
Of course,
yes, he may have laughed initially, but thinking about it,
as an American,
eventually,
if he was a Nigerian.
If he was a Nigerian,
or if it was a Nigerian, award, just like the way the Oscar was like an American award. First, what is America? That one is number one, harassment. There will be lawsuits that will follow you, and you did it on stage in front of the whole world.
And guess what? Even though Chris Rock isn't even pressing charges, the police by themselves said they are getting ready to go and arrest Will Smith
for assault.
Do you understand? So it does not make any sense. I mean, you are his wife, right? Whatever he did, he thought in his head he was doing it for you, to make you feel good. It tells a lot. I mean, I listened to that video when that guy was analyzing the relationship. It's actually toxic. It is toxic, honestly.
Because
you have to go and lose everything you've worked for because you want to try to protect me. Why? On that note, we take a break. We want to talk clergy men. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on PlusTV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It is imperative now, before I go to my message, that every believer, online and offline, you must get your PVC card. I'm a man under authority, once used to be the deputy president of the PFN and did not want to go further in that structure in executive office so I could have more time to pastor this work and do some of the things that I feel God was sending me to do. And I'm still in the National Advisory Council, and we have been instructed that every Christian, every human being that you and I can contact must have a PVC card, and you must prepare to vote. When we get closer to the time to vote, we will share with you the profile of the sort of candidate that you should vote for. And the one who ticks the most boxes, those are the ones you should vote for when we're thinking of the entire country. And we believe that we can get up to 15 million more voters. Hallelujah. And that becomes a very significant block that must be respected, and it adds to the platform of our voice, harmonized as Christian leaders. Hallelujah. One thing that the next president absolutely must be is a respecter of the rule of law. Nigeria has become so lawless in the last, I won't tell you how many years, but in the last so many years, it has become a lawless state that as Christians, we also have imbibed that lawlessness. Hallelujah. So we do not know our wrong. Second thing that president must be, he must be a person who is not only given to development, but a person who can bring back foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment. That means somebody who can speak English well and can think in English well, the language of the world. Hallelujah. Somebody who has confidence in communicating skill and has charismatic visionary ability and whose gift set can inspire people to follow the dream of Nigeria.
You can't go to Kaduna by road. You can't go to Kaduna by air. You can't go to Kaduna by train. Question number one, why Kaduna? Question number two, who is trying to isolate Kaduna? Question number three, why? Question number four, after Kaduna, which next? More than 80% of all the oil we are producing is being stolen. And nobody had denied it. It came from the government. Number one, who is the one stealing the oil? Number two, where is the money going to? 80% of what should have been the income of a nation is going to the hand of some people. What do they want to do with the money? Who are the foreign nations buying this stolen oil? How many of these nations of the world are your friends? More than 90% of our income from the leftover of the oil that was stolen. We are using it to pay the interest of the money we have already borrowed. And then it is news. I'm sure you listen to the news. We are borrowing more. Meaning what? According to a friend of mine, we are moving steadily to bankruptcy. If that God does not intervene, your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren will still be paying debt.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Nigeria is the most populated black nation in the world. She has, to her credit, a written constitution being operated for the effective democratic governance for her population, comprising peoples of different religious freedom and cultural backgrounds. Now in Nigeria, Christianity, Islam, and traditional religions are most widely practiced. Rather, religion is a faith-based process that is capable of impacting governance and the behavioral attitudes of every believer. Referencing a Punch publication, first, we must admit that clergymen are citizens of Nigeria, and by constitution, they are also entitled to freedom of association and thought. So what this means is that ordinarily, they have the right to participate in the political running of the country, either as political office holders or the electorate. Now, however, given the religious positions that they occupy and the kind of respect that they command among their followership, it is advisable that they maintain a position of neutrality and statesmanship. They must not be seen to be biased towards a particular political party on account of religion and ethnicity, and they must avoid hobnobbing with politicians, whether at political or social events. Now, do you think that clergymen can provoke a transformation in Nigeria? Right? That's our question for tonight. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. I wish I had the one for the Imam, so it's not looking like we're just focusing only on the Christian leaders. But I think they were playing that while you were giving your, but we didn't just hear the audio of that one, while you were giving your what's in the news. Now, so this is actually very interesting, right? Because, I mean, back to back, it seems like most of our pastors, imam, clergymen are beginning to wake up. As far as I'm concerned, revolutions that happened in the US were spearheaded by clergymen, right? So when I saw this conversation and I saw that just because someone decided to speak truth to power and criticize a government, he was suspended and next thing he was fired. And I'm wondering, that's talking about the person of the sheikh.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm now wondering, so where exactly are we supposed to hear the truth if we are not hearing the truth in our religious houses? Then, then it also got me thinking, like, are the clergymen right now in Nigeria, are they that powerful? Do they even understand that power that they wield? And are they that powerful to actually provoke a transformation in Nigeria? Because if somebody like a Polade Farasin comes out to say that they are planning to make sure that everybody gets their PVC, and he wants to see how to muster 15 million
people
more voters to come out to vote. That is fantastic. This is what I have been waiting for.
I was excited.
I've been looking forward to it. And I'm again in our church in Daystar. They set up a political help structure where if you're having issues with your PVCs and you're not being able to do certain things, to be able, maybe some people that need to transfer and all of that, they are setting up to help people. So this is the kinds of revolution, because enough of praying. In Nigeria, we are so mediocre. We focus on prayer. So let me hear your thoughts. Do you believe that clergymen can actually provoke a change that we're looking for so desperately in Nigeria?
I want to read out a part of Imam Khalid's speech that I didn't share earlier when I was giving my What's in the News. He said, while delivering the sermon, he said, Nigerian masses should not resort to only one term, which is protect our lives. We will come out to vote. Let us be killed. We will not come out to vote, since it's only elections that you people know. We need prayers. We need supplication. This is very important at a time when Nigeria is facing a very serious challenge. Everything is not working well. People are dying. Our roads are not secured. Most part of the country is not secured. The government is always telling us that they are doing their best, but we deserve more than the best as citizens, because we want a secured Nigeria. What you are telling us is that your concern is about 2023 elections. And what I am telling the citizens is to send a message that we're going to vote under one condition. Nigerian masses should resort to only one term, which is protect our lives. Our lives are important to us. We want to live. Our wealth and dignity are important as well. You must do something to secure our lives, make our security workable. We cannot afford to be moving like this. People attacking our trains, killing our people, as if there's no government in this country. The bandits can gather and disseminate intelligence information as if government of their own, while our government cannot share information and stop the rubbish. He was also encouraging them to come out and vote for the right people. Vote for people that you can ask questions about what they are going to do for you as a citizen, how they're going to change things in security, in education, in different aspects of governance, right? So this is very interesting, and it's good. It's beautiful that we're having this conversation at such a time as this, because, like you rightly said, sometimes clergymen do not know or understand the power that they yield as people overseeing a group of people, right? Yeah. One of the first things I want to say is that clergymen have a level of significance. They have a level of influence, and they have people that listen to them. If you take a consensus of the number of people that go to churches and go to mosques on Friday, in Abuja, when I was living in Abuja a few years back, on Fridays, literally by 12 o'clock, all of the government offices are shut down because everybody has gone for prayers, for Juma. And at the end of the day, on Sundays as well, you have churches, you have people, empty houses, because everybody is in one church facility or the other. Now, when this will tell you that the power that they yield is very significant, because people listen to what they say. Yeah. Sometimes people do what they say as well. Mm-hmm. But the transformation aspect is thankfully what we're beginning to see now. Yeah. Maybe some of them are also beginning to understand the power that they wield. Yes. Because even when Redeem, for example, has their Holy Ghost Congress or something, you see people traveling from all over Nigeria, not just Lagosians. You have people coming in from town. The whole of kilometer is blocked.
Traffic everywhere.
There's traffic everywhere because everybody wants to be a part of that anointing one way or the other. So when we have our religious leaders in all neutrality coming out to say, to tell people, point people in the direction, in the right direction that they should go. If you are going to vote, look for people with credibility, like the message that Pastor Paul shared.
Yes.
Look for people with credibility. Look for people that are accountable. That when you ask questions, they have the right answers. They have a sense of direction in what they are doing, and not people who are going to exploit you, take all your money away, and leave you in poverty.
I mean, I'm really excited about this, and I would really implore, more religious leaders to speak up and, try to, it's not like they're trying to influence directly, but yes, they are influencing them. They are actually influencing these people. And I like what Pastor Paul said. We have to ensure that we have our PVCs. And it's not just only having your PVC. You need to know who you want to vote in. And by knowing who you want to vote in, we have created some
boxes that
they have to tick off. It's okay. Like you said, is he going to answer? We don't even need to be, we don't even want the people that will be asking questions. You'll be telling us before we ask you. Explain to us, see what happened in 2020, that, the whole shooting and everything, nothing was said, nothing was explained. This is 2022. Everything has gone on the high side. Everything is expensive. Foil is even scarce. Food is now like
security.
Everything is
transport.
But
it's a mess.
So you know what I think I like about the conversation? Because there's a part where I was doing the research, and they say that because you're a clergyman, you should actually be neutral.
No.
Where we are in Nigeria, you cannot be neutral as a man of God. We must know, or a man of
where you stand.
Wherever you stand, we must know it. You know why? Because I'm even telling us, the fellow churchgoers, if your pastor or your imam is not telling you this is the direction and where we are supposed to be looking at, you should not go to that church.
And not the one that is telling you who to vote for. We don't want them to tell you who to vote for.
So I like the smartness as to which Pastor Paul put that video, because what he said, he has not said to you that vote A or vote B. He said they will give you what, you see, because there are standards for leadership. My goodness, there are boxes that leaders must
opening your eyes. These are the things I need to look out for.
We should stop saying, oh, I will build roads, I will build...
How?
Those are like so lame. Where we are in Nigeria, we need to find... And I like what he said about charismatic, visionary leader. Because it's not just for you to have a vision. You must be able to carry people along. You must be able to sell that vision.
You must be confident
enough to say, and you must understand...
And what you want to do.
You must understand the language. It's not the one that they give you. You say, you didn't understand the bill, and you ain't to say. No, we have to start placing a high standard when it comes to the kind of person that we vote into power.
So
and what even killed it for me completely now is the fact that they have seen it and they want to understand where the power lies, which is at your thumbprint. Where they say 15 million new voters are coming into the pool of existing voters. And this voter apathy, because let me tell you something. You go to church every Sunday. Do you know, COVID just gave me a lot of dimension to things. I don't have to get to dress up and go to church.
Do
you understand? But you see that religiously, Sunday to Sunday, there's a Wednesday service there. There are some that they will do like a fast prayer, 21 days fasting and prayer. People are there. So if you are a man of God, you actually understand the psychology of control. Right? So you cannot, in where we are right now in Nigeria, with the kind of dilapidated state that we are right now in this country, with everything, economy, education, healthcare, and all of that, we cannot afford to have people that have the capacity to control the minds of people, not channel them in the right direction.
And then
absolutely.
Another thing I wanted to quickly point is, how most of these politicians actually probably pay hoodlums to vote for them or to scatter things. I feel like we have more enlightened people, in the sense that if, like as Pastor Paul mentioned, if we have, how many thousand did you mention again? 15 million people actually have their PVC and go and vote. Because like I was saying, I don't have mine at the moment because where I registered is very far from Lagos. And I didn't even know that you can transfer. So imagine the millions of Nigerians that are in the same shoes that I'm in right now, that they actually, I want to vote.
There's a huge...
So we need to know.
And let me tell you where the church can provoke a transformation. there's a huge knowledge gap
Absolutely.
when it comes to election.
Yes.
So nothing stops a
Because some
church.
people are like,
My darling, nothing stops a church or a mosque to dedicate 10 minutes. We're not even asking for too much. From your 1 hour service or 1 hour 30-minute service, depending on your time
to enlighten people.
Take out 10 minutes.
Some have even gone as far as even getting people who work in the elections INEC committee to have a booth where they can even help people through the process.
I mean, Redeemed Church has also done something in that nature. But we'd like to open our phone lines, right? Let's take a break because I'd like to hear your thoughts and how you think creatively our clergymen, because they are the ones that control us.
Yeah.
You know, the pastor will tell you go and pray on the mountain for 21 days. You will go and pray. So if they have the power to control the way your actions are, I think they can also control the narrative towards transforming Nigeria. But we'll take a break now. When we come back from that break, we would open our phone lines and also love to hear what you have to say. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
All right, if you just tuned in, it's our ladies' night out, and our focus is, can clergymen provoke a transformation in Nigeria? That's the question. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. Our phone line is also now open. Remember the rules. Turn off the volume of your television set so we can hear ourselves. And the number to call is 070-2500-7749. That's the number to call, 070-2500-7749. All right, so ladies, it is interesting, right? So I am thinking, what are the creative ways we should be looking at when it comes to clergymen? Because I've seen what pastors have done to human beings. So you completely take leave of your senses. So if we truly want to change this country, shouldn't we just go to the area where there's a core and there's something happening there, and they can actually expunge some bad habits and just and program a new, because we need to be reprogrammed in this country.
We do, because I mean, this is even the reason why I'm really excited about this conversation is that if you actually move back to before now, the politicians already know the power that this leaders have. That's why you notice that
some of them go to have service.
Yes, now
some
once
of those
election time, you see them attending
big
churches. You see the pastors announcing
almost getting endorsements.
XYZ is here. People are not allowing him to work in his constituency. Let us pray for him. and then you will see the church
silent endorsement here and there.
You know, so I mean, these politicians already know that these guys have the influence and they have the power to, you know, to influence their members. So I feel like we, as the members, should also, you know, acknowledge the fact that, yes, we listen to these people every day. And I want the pastors and the imams, the religious leaders, to actually also, you know, like you said, 10 minutes out of your service. I mean, most people have up to 3 services in a week. And if you're having conversations every other time, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, reminding your members.
Because you know why I'm going to say that? I will hold any pastor, right, that did not dedicate time towards the selection process of leadership.
Really?
You know?
Yeah.
Let me take, I'll come back to what I was saying. Let me take our first caller for the evening. Timmy from Lagos, I believe. Thank you for calling.
Good evening.
Hi, thank you for calling.
You're welcome. My contribution is basically about this clergymen. They psychologically work on people, most especially women. And of course, like we all know, the politicians also use them to work on the masses, most especially the less privileged. It's very sad and disheartening that nobody can actually work on them themselves. It's not them working on us. It's the other way around. I mean, this is a very enlightening program, and I'm very happy that people are talking about this. I really just hope most of them are watching this program right now, because it's so sad the way they are treating people, most especially women, the way they twist their brain towards the holy books and everything. It's exactly sad. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Temi. I think you can also share to people that they should keep watching, but we know that they are watching. Yeah. We have our ears on the ground. You know, so I was going to say that if I catch any pastor, let me face the one that concerns me. If I catch any pastor come and say, don't even try it when you did not, what's it called, help to guide your followers towards the right candidacy. Because we can actually see this 2023. I am really hopeful because there is something in the air that says that it is just the right time to put the right person.
Intentionality.
Do you understand? So if you were not intentional about selecting and educating your congregation around the kinds of leaders we should be looking at, you should not come out and say anything.
I think
don't even castigate any leader. Don't even put you in jail.
Let me draw a little from something that Timmy just glossed over, and that is holding even religious leaders accountable. The example that they live, the kind of life that they live, also influences their people.
Their members.
So if they can see from you the examples that you, as in you are asking for leaders who are accountable. Are you, as a clergyman, accountable? Are you a person of honor? Do you have character? These are the examples. Because people, it's not a case of do as I say, but don't do as I do.
Okay, let's hold that thought. Youngest old man from Lagos is on the call. Thank you for calling. Hi, go ahead. You're live. Yes, we can. The volume of your call is quite low. Can you speak up or probably call back? We need to call back. Oh, okay. Go ahead. We can hear you now.
Good. You see, what I just want you to understand is that our clergies are very strong. I have to admit that they are very good in this mind control thing, and they enjoy doing it. Because that's why you see somebody buying a little keg of water, a little bottle of water that I usually buy 100 naira for 5,000, and they use it to rub somewhere, and they all believe it's okay. However, I just want them to understand the difference from when somebody is having what we call a psychological holocaust. Our people are suffering from a lot of things that we can't even explain. We just need our people to open their ears and their eyes. The clergies are very strong. I will see if they can use their mouth and all those brain they have positively to grow our people. You understand me? I can remember when a clergy preached about opening accounts. Trust me, that church the nearest bank close to that church made a lot of customers. I personally witnessed that. You understand? Having a savings account or whatever, the preacher, something brought out the issue and he talked about it and people were convinced about it. And then the nearest bank close to that church had a lot of customers that very week. So just to tell you how strong they are, I wish they are using more of both influence in getting the people to understand. When will the church come to them and say, if you don't have PVC, you will not enter into church? Let's try that and see for a start. Or the mosque or the man say, if you don't have PVC, you will not come in to pray. This is something, this is a weapon that can protect everybody, even your enemy, to be a better person tomorrow. So I think if the ladies can wake up and emancipate us from this, our mental slavery, we will be a better country. And I so much believe in this country. But our ladies, they have the power though. Absolutely. But you know, most of them, they are very religious, but they are not godly.
Well,
they will start being godly and put the important issues, the fundamental things into their preaching.
Thank you so much. You know, I mean, out of my, I was going to say that, in all honesty, those are the kind of extreme measures and intentionality that we need to see from our clergy. Yes. Don't come to service if you are not. And
if you yourself, PVC. Your own PVC is ready.
Should be there.
Yes. You should be in the front burner. You should be flashing it and showing people that I have done this. Be the example that they need to see.
Absolutely.
It's not just about talking and then you are not being
doing anything about it.
Because influence is very powerful. Sometimes they don't all understand.
And I'm still hammering on the fact that, I mean, a lot of people do not know what to look out for.
Absolutely.
And it is the duty, because, I mean, if you, like Pastor Paul mentioned, if you're actually going to open your mouth to have this conversation, then you should be able to guide people to know who are we supposed to put in place. Nobody's calling names.
I know why.
But those points have to
those points were heavy because of the kind of person that he is as well.
Yeah, let me take Yomi from Ibadan and I'll come back to that point. Thank you for calling.
Okay, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, so I think it's a good suggestion that all of us should get our PVCs. But we should also solve the problem of them presenting to us two options that are very bad. For example, at the end of the day, even when you get your PVC and they bring two useless candidates before you and tell you to choose, your PVC will not help in that kind of situation. So how we will get people who are defined by Pastor Paul's criteria
as candidates?
The candidates should be part of what we should focus on.
Absolutely.
So that the candidates that will come up will be good candidates.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that was why I was saying that the church has to be part of the electoral process, right? It's not just, I like the sensitization, get your PVCs and all of that, right? But I was going to say that the church also created the kind of people we have today. You know, the truth is that I used to think I have a problem when I was growing up. You know why? I do not understand going to kneel down in front of any man to lay hands on me to pray for me. But I used to think I was possessed because one pastor actually told me that I was possessed. And because I just felt like I had access to God. So why do I need to go and kneel down in front of another man to lay his hands on me? So I am not that kind of a person. Yeah. If I call you my friend and you're a pastor, it's because we are friends. It's not because I need you to be praying for me. Yeah. But go and check the number of people that will just sit and say, my pastor is in a real okay, he's praying for me and all of that. So you see this thing, why the pastors, they owe it as a point of duty to make sure that they guide their followers to the right direction. It's because they are also part of the people that have created these zombies, right? Over the years, we are all most people are zombies. They don't even know left from right. So if the pastors understand this, that they are part of the problem, then they will also sit down to fix the problem.
A lot of them do, in the way that they're thinking, they don't want to lose that kind of significance,
subservient,
and relevance
in the people that are contributing to their churches.
That's why. So most of the time, you know, especially those who are who do not even realize that they're insecure in themselves. When you know true power, you are able to let go and it comes back to you. When you empower people and they're able to stand, that is even more superior power than when you keep them subservient and always waiting for your guidance one way or the other. When people know what to do and they see that example in you, then they will be able to move out and go and duplicate themselves anywhere.
That's why I love my pastor, Sam Adeyemi. Let me take Olawale from Bono State. I just had to chip that one in. Go ahead, you're live. You are live.
This is Dr. Oyawale calling from Maiduguri.
Oh, thank you.
I want to say that your program is really fantastic and it's so much enlightening.
Thank you.
In conclusion, let me say that the pastors and the clergy has great influence in the general populations.
Oh, we lost him. No. Sorry. Okay, let's quickly take comments. We are getting ahead of ourselves. Great and well-timely topic. Oh yes, clergymen have a vital role to play in the transformation of our country. The situation is already out of hand and head. I pity the leaders of our nation. They should be very careful now that men of God are raising alarm day in, day out. We as citizens also need to rise up with one voice and tell those in power nothing but the truth, rather. Your PVC is your weapon. God save us all. This is Bobby Kennedy from Jalingo.
Absolutely.
I think normally you have
Thank you, Bobby.
Yeah?
Yes, I do have one. Okay, Alara, did you want to say yes?
Yeah, I do have one. Hello, Ways ladies. These clergymen are speaking from both sides of their mouth. Adefarasi made a lot of sense in his strategic outlay. Adeboye and RCCG are not consistent in their ability to speak truth to power. RCCG and Khan were very critical of Jonathan, but have been very meek because one of their own VP is involved and don't want to be criticizing the government in economic matters and end SARS. It has gotten so bad that they are now feeling the heat. Ade Farasin criticizes them and then invites the representative of the state government to address the church members during the end SARS debacle. Above all, Nigerian is specular to states and must remain so. Religion is personal. The new generation churches are glamorized.
I think that message is long. Let's quickly take
long, yes.
Samuel. Samuel is on hold. Thank you for calling. It's our last caller for the day. Please stop calling the WhatsApp line. Sorry. Go ahead, Samuel. You're live. Hi. Good evening.
Hello, Samuel.
Yeah, I'm Samuel from Ota.
Go ahead.
I want to quickly bring your attention to certain things. We have two crazy parties which are very, very popular. You know, I won't mention their names, but you know them. I know them. And you know the leaders, the direction where they are going. How do we bring the youth? People like you ladies are not bad for Nigeria. You are not too bad to rule this country. Nigeria is for all. A lady can be the president of Nigeria. I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't need any man of God to tell me who to vote for. I will vote for the person that had the imagination of building the Lekki Free Trade Zone. Okay. Good luck to you. Go ahead,
I have a comment here. It says, good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying Ways. Concerning clergymen provoking transformation in our country, Nigeria, it is only few of them that are capable and qualified and nothing more. Some clergymen nowadays, though they have their own church and congregation, they are involved in money rituals, banditry, rape, and armed robbery. Are these the clergymen that we want to provoke transformation in our country? The answer is no. Genuine and God-fearing clergymen should provoke transformation in Nigeria and nothing more. Yeah. Concerning the insecurity in Kaduna, sleeping with two eyes closed is not healthy at all. The federal government has to do something about it, not only in Kaduna, but the whole of Nigeria. God will help us. Sister Lara, Sister Norma, you're welcome back. We really miss you both. Thank you, Daniel. Then we have this one. Ladies, your discussion this night is very interesting. But frankly, the political climate of Nigeria today, there's nothing clergymen can do to bring transformation in Nigeria. In places where politics truly work, do not necessarily follow individual persons, but the ideology of the political party they follow. In the United States of America, for example, the clergy will encourage their members to vote any party that is profiled or against gay marriage. They follow issues, not human persons, in their voting.
Okay, go ahead, Alera, quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, good evening, ladies. I quite agree with Pastor Paul, and I am happy that religious leaders now know we have to be involved in political processes. No need of saying we only need to pray. I'm happy how 2023 is going. A lot of sensitization and strategic move. Thank you so much for this, BC.
Yeah, so I just want to go back to that person that said that no man of God would tell him who to vote for. We are not asking the men of God. And again, that's why I said that if you are listening to Pastor Paul, he was quite smart. Nobody can hold him to say
he's
so what you are doing is that there is a criteria for leadership, right? There are qualities
things to look out for.
There are qualities of leadership. You're right. So those are the kind of boxes. When somebody wants to go into the polling unit, you should be able to say, you know what, this candidate
has ticked
some of those boxes, and those are the kinds of conversations we should be having.
Yes.
We are not supposed to be thinking, oh, I want to build road.
Or what the 5,000 naira soap and salt that they're giving.
Like, that's the same thing they've been saying for years.
That will not change Nigeria. We are so much more in this country, right? And we are hoping that, this will just be the beginning of the conversation. We want to see more clergymen do not just the talking, but also set up bodies to be able to help. Candidates are not buoyant enough. Right? It's not just, you also put your money where your mouth is. Because there's a lot of money in churches.
Yes.
I don't know about mosques because I'm not a Muslim.
No, Muslims
but there are lots of money in churches. So we need to get more people.
Donations.
Yes, we need to get more people to support, the right candidates. But I think we've had a fantastic conversation. If I can say so
myself.
I mean, we don't have a choice. And I mean, I just really want to implore Nigerians. I know that a lot of people are not interested in politics. I used to be one of those people that was never interested in politics. But with everything that has happened this year, let's not even go back. With everything that has happened this year,
from 2020,
from Bamishe
it's enough to tell you
to the people that are being kidnapped, to the people the doctor,
all of them,
everything. It could have been your brother or your sister
anybody.
or your child.
Or you.
It needs to hurt you as bad as it has hurt the victims' family members, and we need to take our stand ASAP.
Wake up,
greetings, ladies. The clergymen have great influence on changing our country, but some of them are not accountable, competent, and trustworthy. That's Gift of 4. Thank you so much, Gift. I think she's from Angola, I think. Yes, I finally got the name. All right, so thank you so much, ladies. We had a fantastic, and thank you to everyone that called. The ones that tried to call, I've been hearing the phone ringing. Sorry, we ran out of time. So before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagrams at WayShowAfrica. Interact with us further, drop your comment, and more importantly, follow all the engagements on social media. The way you love the show, also share. Tell your friends and family to watch. Because we do not just talk here. We are out for changing this country.
We are ready.
It must change. It does not have a choice. We'll see you guys. All right, so if you missed today's quote, here it is again. A just government has no need for clergy or the church. It's as simple as that. If we have everything working right, we might not even need churches, and people don't go church again. We'll see you guys live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
My name is Titi Adeose. I'm one of the 3 female co-founders of Ninja Kids, an edtech company that develops digital content for children. So what we basically do is we provide content. You know, with COVID and everybody going online, that's really where there's a major gap. And so we bridge that gap by providing fun learning digital content that makes online learning completely effortless and a lot of fun. So this started in 2018. So in 2018, if I take a step back, I'd been saying I wanted to do something for children because my son, my younger son, is a typical digital native. He doesn't like learning. Do you understand? We're always battling, you know, fighting with the laptop. That's all he wants to do. So one day someone said that if that's how he learns, why not provide him content, you know, for that? And I said, wow, okay, that's actually a good thing. So I now started developing content for him to be able to use on the device. And when more people were interested, that's really how Ninja Kids came about. So we provide digital content. We take any subject, any topic, and just transform it into something that is fun, that children will want to learn. So now my son is the one that's always telling me, Mommy, have you done a game on fractions? Have you done a game on decimals? You know, when I say go and do your book, say, okay, can I play a Ninja Kids game instead? So for him, that's, you know, meanwhile, this is someone that before I'm always battling with. I say, go and read your book. When I say go and read your book, he's coming. I'm going to drink water. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, I'm coming. You know, and then 2 hours have passed. We haven't done anything. But now, you know, playing something that he likes on a device that he likes was just, you're just excellent. And that's really what brought about Ninja Kids. I studied engineering, so not even electrical, you know, and computer. I actually studied mechanical, but my other partners studied computer science and computer engineering. So 3 of us came together. But I've been an educator because I actually volunteer in church. So I've been passionate about education. I didn't know that I was going to end up here, but it's something I've always been passionate about. And the part that I'm passionate about is creating content that is fun. So I always say, how can I teach this topic in a fun way? I'm always saying, okay, let me create a puzzle. I go online, look for a puzzle maker and create a puzzle out of it. I say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is how I'm going to do it. I'm always looking for the fun angle to teaching the same subject. I don't want to bring it same old, stand in front and just, you know, that kind of thing. Mine is, let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, you know, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did to fun. You know, I tell people that, you know, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, you know. This is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, you know, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa, oh now, Niger, Senegal. You know, so those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. Years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming element, scoring points, climbing levels. Do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing against, you know, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, you know, Ninja Kids with my 2 partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. You know, so that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, you know, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate, but all that while I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Nigeria Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age. The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Nigeria Kids. I say, yes, I'm Nigeria, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to know how to spend money. I want to retire early. That kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things online. So we now had to say, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. Devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices, can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are 3 partners, when one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped them bring you. In business, you have to pivot, innovate. And then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, there's a physical classroom. So they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened. And then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. What's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. And I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff, and we'll be the last people to be paid, and we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read this book. Each one is playing games. No, the computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. So when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations. And so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited and of the various things that will happen. There's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology. And it can do so many things. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it. But they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting, auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming in? What products are making money? What are not? How do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money. What's coming in? How is it coming in? What are you spending money on? Do you have money, what we call runway? Do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months? What if this doesn't work out? How do you keep the books? How are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. When we have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings. We're having even offer letters. A lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, "You are so organized." I'm like, "Yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, even in setting up our own system and even moving remotely, and it was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move, to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always seeing what skills the staff need, how do we train them, how do we help them improve. So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it easier when you hit it big or when you're in the process of hitting it big. What I tell people that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money, just start. In hindsight, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. Till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say start with what you have. Look for your first customers. I'm wiser now in terms of the next products we do. I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate. Let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance, is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepare for it? Can you prepare for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son, so hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money. And you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money. So you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out, and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people, just start. Don't think It's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start to them. So I'll come to your house. Don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who's working in a company. I say, you want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics, So I'm saying collaborations can be something as simple as that. In terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that you can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, and we went live this week to have our games on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, can you just garner the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, oh, I have a 3-year-old, so we went down to people that are in nursery school. And someone says, oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2, do you have something? Then now we've gone up to, junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand. And that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, it was driven by my passion, what my son likes. But I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating who are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to shed some of the excessive graphics that I've put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporates. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and orchard is there, he most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child, even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. So when I'm going to give an example in maths, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai. I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. So we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who's the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? It was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote, that's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying what are the things that can help us change? It's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Niger elements of the Niger kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I might not go out and, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, patriotism in the next generation through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skinned. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote, but we have other people that started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior. I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. Financial, all sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning, because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then, but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, there was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rental. So what's my business? He says, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhered to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on a particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just had to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there are some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting out. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Good afternoon, I am Messi Bobo. This is the news update. President Muhammadu Buhari has signed Executive Order 11, which mandates the government to institutionalize maintenance of public buildings into law. Signing the new law just before the commencement of the weekly virtual Federal Executive Council FEC meeting at the Presidential Villa. The President directed all ministries, departments and agencies of government MDAs to set up maintenance departments in line with the provision of the new executive order. Buhari pointed out that the maintenance of public facilities has gone beyond just the culture, but an economy providing employment for a good number of Nigerians. He said the order now gives legal backing to the country's national maintenance policy, following its early approval by the Federal Executive Council. President Buhari has credited Niger's rising prominence as Africa's fertilizer powerhouse to the implementation of the right policies by the present administration. The president acknowledged this while receiving the Executive Committee of Fertilizer Producers and Suppliers Association of Nigeria at the State House, Abuja, on Tuesday. The president said that these remarkable achievements in a very short period of time had ensured a steady flow of investment to the sector from the private sector, bringing prosperity to millions of Nigerians and good returns to investors.
The Fertilizer Working Group, which reviewed and validated fertilizer consumption data spanning over 12 years. Nigerians have seen its highest consumption of fertilizer at 1.8 million tons per annum in 2021. Today, sir, many nations who rely on fertilizer import are facing acute fertilizer shortage as a result of the evident in Eastern Europe. However, thanks to your policy, Nigeria remains one of the few countries in Africa, and indeed the world, where fertilizer availability is not an issue. Mr. President, for the 2022 wet season, I would like to declare to you and all Nigerians that FEPSAN is ready, willing, and able to ensure fertilizer are available in all the parts of the country. Nigeria should not panic. Fertilizer remains a key input to achieving food security, and in realization of this, the Central Bank of Nigeria has continued to place great importance on its availability and accessibility by farmers to improve yield, productivity, and ultimately output. To achieve this, Your Excellency, the bank has developed and modified some of its interventions to support the fertilizer industry. Some of the interventions include the Rural Sector Support Facility, the Commercial Agricultural Credit Facility, National Food Security Program, and the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative.
Our focus was on three key areas: security, economy, and tackling corruption. For every nation to have peace and prosperity, its economy must be inclusive. For Nigeria, a predominantly agrarian nation, having an inclusive economy meant we needed to prioritize the enhancement of our agricultural value chain.
Over 1,500 workers who joined the Federal Civil Service with fake appointment letters in the past year. Over 1,000 culprits were said to have been discovered in one ministry, while 500 others were found in other ministries, departments, and agencies. It was during a service-wide verification exercise that will be delisted from the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System. The NDLEA has made a haul of 1,399 kilograms of drugs in Kaduna in March. It sealed a shop and 4 houses in the process. The commander of the NDLEA in the state, Umar Aduro, gave the breakdown of drugs seized as 997.121 kilograms of Indian hemp and 342.329 kilograms of other psychotropic substance. Others were 0.027 kilogram of cocaine, 0.036 kilogram of heroin, and 59.38 of tramadol. Adoro said 3 of the houses sealed are the Rigachikun area of the state. The 4th, he said, was at the Angwamiguru area. Leaders of the People's Democratic Party have promised to wrestle power from the ruling All Progressive Congress next year election. Former Senate President Bukola Saraki made this position known in Ibadan, where he led chieftains of his party to a closed-door meeting with Governor Seyi Makinde. While calling for cooperation amongst the contending blocs within the PDP, Saraki reiterated the need for a level playing ground to produce a formidable presidential candidate who will give the hope to the electorate.
It's not about who gets what. This is about insecurity in this country. How do you get to those better days? The hardship in this country. How do you make life better for Nigeria? And how can we work as a team? That's what we're here about. And it's important we emphasize that. We're not here going around talking about positions. No. We're talking about giving hope to Nigerians to see that come 2023, we begin to fix this country. Believe that we did it at the convention, for the party. Hopefully we'll do it again. The most important thing is this, is that it is not about us. A country where you have the level of insecurity that you have now, a country where the cost of living has gone so high, people cannot make ends meet. I don't think it's about us at all. And that is what we're making out here. Yes, I'm sure all of us have ideas and aspirations that we would like to do this. But if that is not what is required, if it's teamwork that's required, what we're saying to Nigerians, we're ready to drop that our own ambition to make it work.
Yes, the consensus arrangement that we're trying to put together, we've done it at the last convention of our party. It was the first time, that PDP was able to achieve bringing in a national chairman for the party through a consensus arrangement. So we believe we can do it, and we also believe that Nigerians will take this party, serious when they know that we're all working together, to give to them a president through a process that is that has everybody's buy-in, the stakeholders, with no rancor.
The wife of the immediate past governor of Anambra State, Ebele Chukwuobiano, has picked her expression of interest in nomination forms to contest for the Senate seat of Anambra North District in 2023 general elections. This is coming few hours after the chief of staff to the former governor, Primus Odili, declared interest to run for the same seat. Obiano was accompanied to the party's national secretariat in Abuja by members, stakeholders, transition committee chairmen, and numerous supporters. The former governor's wife had earlier made her intention known to her constituent and party faithfuls earlier in March at her residence in Oguluri, Anambra East local government area. She said the plight of the people, especially women and children from the rural communities of her constituency, informed her decision to hearken to the demonstrations and pleas from various groups and organizations to represent the zone at the 10th National Assembly. As power supply continues to get worse, Nigerians speak out in anger, and that's on our street views. Take a listen.
I burn generator from almost on daily basis. I mean, by the time I calculate the money I spend for fuel on daily basis, and I honestly tell myself the truth that this power issue is something else. It's really dealing with us Nigerians.
This thing is affecting so many companies. My daughter has a company. I know how many fuel we run every day. People that cannot afford such, they end up packing up and going to other countries. Can I say in a month we'll have like 3 times? Is that power supply? So every day I burn fuel. Every day I buy fuel 2,000 in my house. It's very ridiculous. We are being cheated. There is no light. I live at Ikoyi. They don't give us light. Like 3 times a week, and it's about 2 to 3 hours, and it's gone. There is money in this country, but we don't know where the money is going to. No water, no light, no good roads. What can we do? It's affecting me. It's affecting me. See me as I'm sweating. If I bath finish like this, I begin sweating. In the evening, sweating. Midnight, sweating. All my children, they are sick now. No lights, and they are still bring the bill. Where is the money? And now, the bill is high. What are we using? Fan, television. So it's finished. I'm fit. I'm not using the oven. I'm not using washing machine. And they are bringing crazy bill. For what? And no light. We are suffering from this Nigeria.
There is no light in my area. No single light. But we are paying for light, but we never see light. Sometimes, once in 2 weeks. Sometimes you will not even see it.
And to some entertainment news, actress Rita Dominic and her fiancé Fidelis Anosike, publisher of the Daily Times newspaper, will be getting married in Imo State on April the 18th and the 19th. Photos of them together were shared online today, April the 5th, ahead of their union. The couple got engaged some time ago and have privately been putting plans together for their upcoming wedding. The actress representative shared Dominic and Anosike have also teased their fans with the adorable pre-wedding photos. This last Christmas holiday season was a bit more special for Rita Dominic as she revealed her partner in December 2021 via her verified Instagram page. They kept a low profile before surprising the fans with news of the relationship. British singer Ed Sheeran says baseless copyright claims are damaging the music industry. He said after he won a case at the High Court in London over whether a refrain in his 2017 mega hit Shape of You has been lifted from another artist. Ed Sheeran had been involved in a legal battle with the artist Sammy Chokri, who performed as Shami Switch, and music producer Ross O'Donoghue, who had argued the hook from Shape of You and had been copied from the 2015 song Oh Why, Oh Why. He said he had analyzed the song's musical element and found that there was compelling evidence that the OI phase originated from the source other than the OY.
Whilst we're obviously happy with the result, I feel like claims like this are way too common now and have become a culture where a claim is made with the idea that a settlement will be cheaper than taking it to court, even if there's no base for the claim. It's really damaging to the songwriting industry. There's only so many notes and very few chords used in pop music. Coincidence is bound to happen if 60,000 songs are being released every day on Spotify. That's 22 million songs a year, and there's only 12 notes that are available. I don't want to take anything away from the pain and hurt suffered from both sides of this case, but I just want to say I'm not an entity.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bokpo.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Nigerian female artists have shown growth and made a remarkable impact in their music careers. The process of thriving, staying relevant, and consistent with music hits in the Nigerian industry that is so competitive is not as easy as its female artists make them seem. The following artists, in no particular order, have worked hard for their career success, which in turn has then made them top favorites. First off on the list is Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage, also known as Mommy Jam Jam, was already a major success by the time her debut Once Upon a Time arrived in 2013. She continued releasing hits throughout the following decade and expanded her global reach, performing at international festivals and venues and appearing on the 2019 soundtrack The Lion King: The Gift. With releases like her 2020 Cecilia and of course the latest 2021 Water and Gary EP, her sound grew to incorporate vintage Afrobeat influences, while her lyrics have become more socially conscious and female empowering. I mean, people can't seem to get enough of her most recent 2021 music hits featuring iconic American female artist Brandy, titled Somebody's Son.
Somebody's son go find me one day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, somebody's son go love me one day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, yeah.
Coming in at number 2 on the list is Mama Africa, as Yemi Alade is popularly known, which obviously can be argued was derived from her flamboyant display of African fashion she has consistently stuck to throughout her career. I mean, in 2016, she was named brand ambassador for African Fashion Week Nigeria and African Fashion Week London, respectively. But away from fashion, she is a Nigerian Afro-pop singer and songwriter who emerged in 2009 as the winner of the popular Pig Talent Show. After the Pig competition, she released her debut single Fimisile later that year. A deal with the Efizi Music Group yielded the 2013 international massive hit song Johnny. With over 138 million views on YouTube alone and counting, which was included on her debut album King of Queens in 2014. A mix of reggae, R&B, rap, and Afropop, the album featured a number of collaborations between notable producers and guest artists like Fino and of course Chidima. Her follow-up album Mama Africa was released in 2016 and featured the singles Do As I Do and Ferrari. A companion EP, Mama Afrique, followed in 2017, and to be very honest, she has not slowed down ever since in her music journey of conquering Africa with her indigenous sound till this very moment.
When my money no dey complete, when my rising no get mixed, so when my life no dey jolly, but now.
Number 3 is Tenny. Nigerian singer and songwriter Tenny is known for uplifting, stylistically eclectic songs that stand apart from her Afropop contemporaries. She first came into prominence in 2018 when a series of songs, including Case, found a streaming audience numbering in the millions. Her debut EP, Billionaire, followed in 2019. She signed with Magic Finger Records to release her first song, Amen, in 2016. Moving to Dr. Dollar's Entertainment in the following year, her second track, Virgin, found a broader audience, and the year 2018 brought mainstream hits like Case and, of course, the very likable Uyomeyo. She presented her first EP, Billionaire, in 2019 and was nominated for a BET Awards for Best New International Act and an MTV Europe Music Award for Best African Act. Still with Dr. Dollar, Tenny teamed up with DJ Neptune on the next year's The Quarantine Playlist EP.
Wanna make love on the moon, dancing to my tunes. Easy too much, it's not too much. I wanna be a forest, if wishes were horses. Easy too much, it's not too much.
Coming in as number 4, Tems is a Nigerian Alte R&B singer, songwriter, and record producer. She is what you can refer to as the new kid on the block, but with a massive success. Since 2018, local hits like Mr. Rebel, Try Me, and of course the striking EP for Broken Ears have earned her prominence from within Nigeria's Alte scene, alternative music and fashion subculture that has both chaffed against and filtered with the mainstream. Now, the stunning global 1 in a Million blow up rich of Essence featuring Wizkid has been nothing but transformative for Tems' career. Tems also appeared on Certified Lover Boy, the Drake album. Yes, the American rapper Drake. Tems featured on Drake's album that has topped the US and UK charts this month on the song Fountains.
I don't know why you're the one. Turn me out of my mind. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body.
And finally, coming as number 5 is Simi. Simi is an award-winning Nigerian female music artist with years of experience under her belt. Her professional music career started in 2008 following the release of her first debut studio album titled Ogaju in 2008, which contains songs like Iya Temi and Araele, with the entire musical production from Sam Clef. In 2016, Simi released an EP with Fowls titled Chemistry and followed it up in September of 2017 with her very own sophomore album Simi Sola, which was a hit, making it at number 5 on Billboard World Music Charts.
The album also debuted at number 1 on both Apple Music and iTunes charts and held that position for 3 weeks.
Apart from staying steady on her game as a singer and songwriter, she can also be credited with mixing and mastering her now husband Adekunle Gold's debut studio album, Gold.
Shall we get assignment? But you no pay attention to the intimidation she dey face. No be like water.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows, and for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa, caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know. raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating, because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work, and the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially it was just in patches, and then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray costs 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight, and I administered it for 1.5 years. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted the solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed, and I became suicidal as well. So at some point I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day, and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another, until 2015, when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet, and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video. You get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmos. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. You needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you're aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness. Because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have Anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think Anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. And the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her. And the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is, it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that is one of the top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get. And some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam, or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like, I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier, that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization, because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on PlusTvAfrica.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Islamic cleric Muhammadu Nur Khalid has been suspended over what is tagged an anti-government sermon. Did he in any way err? And the Action Democratic Party, ADP, has reacted to the Abuja-Kaduna train attacks, saying that the APC federal government is plagued with incompetence and corruption. We speak with the party's national chairman on the program tonight. This is Plus Politics, and I'm Kofi Batels. The Chief Imam of the Apple Legislative Quarters Jumat Mosque, Abuja, Alhaji Nur Khalid, has been suspended after stating in his sermon last Friday that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari had failed. Yes, Khalid had, in his sermon, lambasted the government for its inability to effectively tackle the country's security situation and called on the electorate not to vote for any politician who cannot guarantee the safety of life and property in Nigeria. Now, the People's Democratic Party, the opposition party, however, criticized the move, insisting that the suspension of the cleric was evidence that the Buhari regime was repressive. But the party also said it was obvious that Nigeria had returned to the days of Decree 4, when it was a crime to make any public speech criticizing or embarrassing the government. Now, joining us to look at this is Emmanuel Owubiko, who is a national coordinator of the Human Rights Association of Nigeria. But before he comes in, let's quickly take a recap of that sermon delivered by Sheikh Muhammadu Nur Khalid.
Yes, we are going to vote in 2023, but under condition that there must be security in Nigeria. Period to that, we are not going out to vote anything. If that's the only language you understand, we're going to speak it. Because our lives are important. We are people, we want to live, and our dignity is important as well. Our wealth is important. Every part and bit of us is important. Therefore, you must do something to scare our life and to make our security workable. We can't afford to be moving like this. People bombing our trains, killing our people, kidnapping our people as if there is no government in the country. They can gather information, they can gather intelligence information, they can dispatch information, they can dispatch intelligence information as if they are government of their own. While our government cannot share intelligence information and stop the rubbish on our ways, we can't afford it. I said it, we can't afford it. We need something better than this. And we deserve that thing better than this. We're going to pray. But we have to tell you the truth. That corruption is everywhere. That is why we are seeing this. And you have to do something about it. And you, the citizens, have to start.
All right, Mr. Owubiko, thanks for joining us. Well, of course, as you heard, quite a passionate sermon and exhortation to Nigerians from the Imam of that Apple Legislative Quarters Jumat Mosque, Sheikh Muhammadu Nur Khalid. Emmanuel Owubiko, what are your thoughts on the, first of all, on the sermon and the content of that sermon?
Thank you very much. There is nothing much in what the Islamic cleric said that is outside of the realities of our time. He was just being very frank and straight to the point. And I think what he's actually saying is that government has a statutory obligation to protect Nigerians. And any government that goes contrary to that legal obligation, that government loses her legitimacy to govern. So I think he's just saying something that is commonsensical, you know? And it's quite unbelievable that some people will take offense at such a very objective statement from that respected, cleric.
What are your thoughts on the reasons given by the Apo Legislative Quarters Mosque Committee, led by a member of the National Assembly, saying that he's expected not to engage in any rhetoric that is political, and that they suspended him on the 2nd of April this year, but he has not shown any remorse, and therefore they were disengaging his services. Do you think that such a reason is strong enough to disengage the services of such a person in society, a religious leader? Because some would say, you have a platform which has people from all sides, so probably you should not be political if you're occupying such a platform.
I'm actually surprised, maybe because I'm a practicing Roman Catholic, and as a human rights activist, first and foremost, as somebody who believes in God, and somebody who also attends a worship center, I don't understand how the worshippers will now tell the preacher what to tell them. It doesn't sound very logical. It's like somebody going to a mosque in Saudi Arabia and telling the imam of that mosque in Saudi Arabia, okay, I don't want you to talk about the threat of terrorists in Nigeria. I don't want to talk about this or that issue. It sounds very. I don't really get it. I don't get it. It's inexplicable. That you expect a preacher to be a puppet. The pulpit is not for puppeteering. The pulpit is not a place where you manipulate a machine and you dictate to the machine what to say. It's like that garbage in, garbage out. No, that's not what it is. It's a human institution where the person who is in charge and who is supposed to deliver sermon is expected to exercise his discretion and say what he believes is something that is quite wrong in the society, or he goes into theological interpretation of the affairs affecting the citizens of that country, because religion cannot be practiced outside of the society. Religion is part of the civil society.
Okay.
And whatever happens in the society must be discussed in any religious gathering. Otherwise, it's no longer a religious worship. Okay. It becomes a political meeting.
Interesting. And Mr. Omiko, so you are saying that other parts of things that affect society must be discussed. Otherwise, it's no longer a religious meeting, but a political meeting. But some would argue that if you go political at a religious gathering where people are going to pray to Allah to forgive their sins, Allah to bless them, that if you turn it into a political a meeting where you have political talk and you're criticizing the government, then that rather is when the meeting becomes political, because there are people who support the government, there are people who are against the government, and therefore, in order not to take sides, you just lead them in prayer and tell them what the scripture says, and that's it.
If by saying the truth amounts to taking sides, then you have chosen the right path. If you take sides with the truth, why should anybody persecute you or begin to criticize you because you have chosen the path of truth? If you remove truth from religion, it is no longer religion. And there's no how you expect a preacher, whether it is organized religion or unorthodox, you don't expect the person to get there and start preaching without making references to the security situation that affects himself and the people that come to that religious institution to gather. It doesn't make sense at all. I mean, it's a fallacy.
Okay. All right. Mr. Obiko, let's look at the statement and some parts of the statement from the Apple Legislative Quarters Central Mosque Committee. This is a committee that administers the mosque and, of course, oversees the mosque. And they wrote to Imam Nurul Khalid on the 4th of April 2022. And, of course, even though in the letter they wrote 4th of April 2023, and some people are pointing out to say maybe somebody who signed that letter was thinking about 2023. But this is what they said. We regret to inform you that from today, the 4th of April 2023, should have been 2022, you have been disengaged from the services of the above mentioned mosque. This action is occasioned by the non-remorseful attitude you exhibited following your suspension on the 2nd of April this year. That's 2 days prior. They went on to say in the third paragraph, unfortunately, your media reaction to the suspension creates the impression that you are not remorseful, not to talk of humbly reflecting on the consequences of your utterances. Leadership demands a great sense of responsibility. If our words do more harm than good to the larger interests of the country or the public, we have a responsibility to maximum restraint for the good of the public. It is obvious, however, that you don't seem to modify your Friday sermons to be reflective of the volatility of the security situation in the country. So what the committee is saying, Mr. Obiko, from what you heard me read out, is that the imam ought to have shown some remorse and probably toned down his rhetoric because of the volatility of the security situation in the country in order not to stir up anything. And you know that, I don't know, I'm not trying to conjecture here, but I'm thinking that they're thinking about the power that these imams wield, to stir up people into action. What do you say to that?
Well, as far as Nigerians are concerned, nobody would have even heard that one mosque in a very small area of Abuja that the preacher said so and so. How many people attend the mosque? That mosque is one of the smallest mosques that you have in Abuja. There are so many big mosques that you have in the Federal Capital Territory. I think that particular mosque, I go through there like 5 times or 6 times every day. Is a mosque that is not even recognizable. It's not a mosque that you will pass and see. It's not very conspicuous. It's one of the smallest mosques. Maybe it's just the time and I don't know how to call it. Maybe it's the way that God has decided to elevate that preacher. Maybe because he has chosen the path of being brutally honest and he has chosen to speak truth to power. So maybe God had decided to kind of elevate him to a very high pedestal. Because some of you who operate from the southwest, or people who operate from outside of the north, or even those who stay in the north who are not very conversant with Abuja, when they begin to hear about Apple legislative quarters, they think it's a very giant, a very big place. Apple legislative quarters is not even up to Prince and Princess estate. It's not even up to one estate. It's just a very tiny part of the small part of Abuja. You understand? So that tells you that the truth is always constant. Because the man spoke the truth, and the kind of place he spoke the truth happens to be a very tiny place, in as much as the place has a very big name, you know. It's Apple Legislative Quarters. It's a place where legislators used to stay in those days. And mind you, that place is no longer, I don't think that place should be appropriately called legislative quarters. Because most of those houses...
I know Apple legislative quarters. It's not that small, you know. It's not tiny. If you want to look at the size of the estate compared to other estates in Abuja, it's not as tiny, you know. I don't know if tiny will be an appropriate way to... I've gone from the beginning of the legislative quarters to the back, where you have a cemetery, you know, and it's not tiny, you know. I don't know if I'm right to say that. But, I mean, let's take what you're saying. I mean, some will say that the sermon went far. You can see that it's on the internet, even as far as going to the social media or networking site, TikTok, you know. So in this day and age of technology, your sermon can go far. In fact, they said that the imam is an influencer, so his words carry a lot of weight. And they said his words can make or mar a situation. And says your words can be taken advantage of by mischief makers, those responsible for these security challenges or enemies of the country for their devilish agendas. So people could be stirred up, say, the imam is saying this. Let's rise up. Let's go and burn some places and all that. I mean, so I want you to address the power of technology. The power of technology. He calls himself the digital imam. So he uses technology to spread his message.
The message the man gave is very, very, very clear and straightforward. The message he gave is that if you have a government in place, I don't know whether you're really even understanding what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do, but I'm only presenting, I'm only presenting the position of the mosque committee, saying that his statements could incite people to violence or to be used by mischief makers for violent acts. So asking him to tamper, you know, and to moderate his statements so as not to make an already volatile situation in the country more volatile.
They are wrong. Well, they are wrong. What is going to make a volatile situation to become more violent is when you cover the truth. It's not when you say the truth. The people that have been killed, are they all senators? The majority of the people who are facing this attack are ordinary people, common people like us. Are the same people that the politicians will come to ask them to vote for them. So what is wrong in asking them to ensure that those who come to canvass for vote are ready to be accountable to the people? I don't understand how people... By the way, the man that even signed that message, is he still a senator? I don't think that man is even a senator. That's what I'm telling you. That Apple legislative quarter is just getting a name that is inappropriate, because legislators don't all live in that place any longer. It has actually been devalued. It's no longer Apple legislative quarters that used to be when some of us came into this town in 1998. So many of those houses have been sold. So the houses have been sold to ordinary traders in Wutu market. So I think those people who signed that statement, they're actually looking for appointment, maybe board appointment from the president, because they understand that the president is the kind of person who doesn't like anybody to criticize him.
So are you saying that because I mean it won't be fair. I don't know if it will be fair for you to link the president to this. I mean, he didn't order the suspension and subsequent disengagement of this imam, did he? So would it be fair for you or anyone to link President Muhammadu Buhari to this incident when he doesn't even know the imam? I don't know if he knows him.
Anybody in Abuja who wants anything from this government in the last 7 years, it is a very notorious fact that if you want any kind of appointment or you want any kind of opening to begin to enjoy any kind of privilege politically, you have to be a press singer. This government does not tolerate criticism.
Imam Ombu, can you give me an example of what you're referring to? Maybe one person who became a praise singer or sacked someone or exposed someone or went against someone just to do what we call in Nigeria eye service for President Muhammadu Buhari and was given an appointment. Do you have such an example so that we can understand better?
Yes, exactly. I think somebody somewhere is trying to make some kind of political gain.
No, I'm asking. I'm saying to prove your point that President Buhari easily gives appointments to people who do undertake such actions so that they can gain his favor. Is there any case in point that you'd like to refer us to, just to buttress what you're saying?
Oh, okay. Maybe you're not the long you said in Nigeria. Otherwise, even the one that happened only about 2 days ago, you should have been aware of it.
Which one I refer to?
The Minister of Transportation and the Governor of Kaduna State, gave a critic of the attack that happened in Kaduna. And the man who was railroaded and imposed as the national chairman of the APC quickly fired back at them and said, "Are you going to use a knife to cut through your stomach?" You understand? This is a government that does not tolerate criticism.
No, but sir, if you would, the national chairman of the APC, Abdullahi Adam, already has a position. But you are talking about people who are outside of the administration who see any opportunity to pull someone down or to criticize someone, to speak against someone, or to block them, or to disengage them if they speak up against this government, just so that they can gain the favor of the government. That President Buhari delights in giving appointments to people after they've proven themselves as loyal by, pulling down or exposing or criticizing people who oppose him or call him out. So I'm saying, give us an example of someone who was outside of government and did what the Apple Mosque Committee has done, okay? And then the president said, you've been able to, shut the mouth of someone who was criticizing me, take an appointment. So, I mean, you're saying the president has that as a habit. He does that habitually. So to buttress your point, because I'm searching for, can you give me one person who has been able to gain an appointment from Buhari purely because of that?
In fact, for me, I think even spending the time of the public discussing this matter, a matter that doesn't really, it doesn't appear really, logical. It's just time wasting. So, but the issue is this: it is because of the fact that we are confronted with a bunch of people who have been elected into government and who believe that they cannot be criticized.
Mr. Emmanuel Obiko, you're still not, Mr. Obiko, you're still not getting the question or answering I'm asking you, because you made a statement. You said on this program, that the reason why, you are sure the reason why whoever was in charge of that committee authorized and wrote that letter to the Imam, Muhammadu Nuru Khalid, did that was because he wants to get an appointment from President Buhari, that is what the president does, dishes out appointments to whoever can prove themselves loyal by shutting down someone who is vocal against the president or the administration. And I'm asking you to give us a case in point, sir, and you've not yet done that. And we're running out of time. So, sir,
you don't expect me. Can you give?
Otherwise, it'll be a false allegation.
Appointment through sycophancy. It doesn't really. I mean, something just happened yesterday, and if somebody's going to look for appointment, is it something he comes to the newspapers to begin to resolve, or maybe go to TV?
You sound so sure. And will it be fair? Will it be fair for you, sir? You're the coordinator of Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria. Would it be fair? Wouldn't you be trampling on the rights and the image of the president to make such an accusation on his person without backing it up with facts? Because this is international TV. It's going all over the world. So please give me your facts and tell me who the president has appointed simply because, yes, I need an example from you, sir.
Duty and obligation to protect the citizens. What image are you talking about? We're talking about the fact that people are being killed like chickens in this country, and you're talking about image. What is image?
No,
what image do you have again?
You've made an allegation against someone. It could be anybody. I don't care whether it's Buhari or not. But my job, sitting on this chair, is to make sure that we put out facts. And such a statement could be damaging. It could be you, Mr. Obiko, tomorrow. So I'm asking you, if you say the president gives out appointments to people who shut down those who are vocal against his administration, and that's why whoever wrote that letter and signed it did that so that they can get an appointment from the president, because that's what he does. Give us an example of who has gotten an appointment from Buhari because of such an action.
My friend, I don't understand this kind of autopilot media practice that the young journalists are doing these days. You don't expect me to begin to point to the fact that these are the reasons why politicians give appointments. It's a very notorious fact in Abuja. You don't even need to know anybody in government.
Give me one example. Emmanuel Obiko, you can't give me even one example. You can't give me one example.
You must be 100% loyal to the person they call their leader or the person they call the father of the party.
And I asked for one example. Emmanuel, I asked for one example.
It's just common sense. You don't need me to begin to tell you. I think the problem we have in
it's not common sense.
Right now
it's an accusation. So give me one example, just one.
Have you seen the appointment that was made in the National Communications Commission? Have you seen the names of people that got appointments, including a spokesperson of one of the security agencies in Nigeria? Are they supposed to be there? All the board appointments that have been made in the last 7 years, all the boards in different parastatals, different government institutions in Nigeria, are they all the kinds of appointments that you expect that an elected president who is supposed to govern the country democratically should make? You go and take a look at the other appointments that he has made. The appointments are there for you to see. You don't need people to tell you that. I'm not giving you the one that has just been made, where the spokesperson of the Department of State Security was made a board member of a National Broadcasting Commission. Is that how an appointment should be? National Broadcasting Commission, then you have a spokesperson of an arm of the security services joining the board, governing board of a council that should design the policy of how media broadcasting should be, when Section 22 of the Nigerian Constitution clearly spells out the duty of the media. And you're asking me to tell you the people that have been appointed.
Mr. Obiko, I'm afraid you've not been able to answer the question, but you've made a strong case. Though you've not answered the question, but I appreciate you making a strong case.
Into the
all right, sir.
Board of the National Broadcasting Commission.
All right, sir. So before we go, thank you. Before we go, what would you say should happen going forward? Would you like to see more, clerics, clergymen, even from other faiths like Christianity, be this vocal about the situation of things in the country?
Let me tell you, everybody knows that the casualty in Nigeria right now is the truth. Politicians don't want people to tell them the truth. And you don't need to ask a civil rights activist to tell you if the things that are going on in this country are whether they are right or wrong. Or you don't need to justify an action of a bunch of people who sat down somewhere.
I'm not justifying their actions. I'm only trying to balance. Sir, there's something called balance in journalism. If you say that they did it simply to get an appointment, and that's what the president does, I have to balance things out. But but I guess what you're saying, I think we can both agree that you're saying that more clerics need to speak out about the situation of things in the country and not keep quiet about it. I believe that's what you're saying, sir.
What I'm saying is that the government that we have in place right now, they have really damaged so many things. They have damaged even the aspect of having Nigerians express their opinion in the media. They now tell the media houses, these are the areas that you have to talk about. These are the people you have to invite. Man, I have never seen this kind of government ever in my life.
Okay, so are you saying that the federal government is telling media houses who to invite?
Of course.
Okay,
of course.
All right. We'll leave it at that.
Telling the media houses
we'll leave it at that.
That you cannot speak with a spokesperson of the, for instance, IPOB.
All right, we have to go.
Spoke with the spokesperson of IPOB. Channel was fine.
All right. We have to go.
I mean, not channels. The Cross TV. Cross TV spoke with a leader of one of the Northwest terrorist group that is a wanted terrorist in this country. Just spoke with him about, I think, Malam Tuji or whatever I call him, about 2 weeks ago, and no action was taken against that particular media establishment because it is owned by people who are from the north.
Emmanuel, because we have to go. We certainly should have this conversation at some other time. But I want to appreciate you for doggedly answering the question and, of course, giving me your excellent delivery. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Emmanuel Ubiko is the National Coordinator of the Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria. Thanks for staying with us. We'll take a short break now. When we return, the ADP, a political party in Nigeria, joins us to tell us about their plans ahead of the 2023 elections and, of course, the state of the nation and what they think about it. Stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Welcome back. You're still watching Plus Politics. The Action Democratic Party, ADP, has reacted to the Abuja-Kaduna train attacks. In a statement it released during a press conference, its chairman stated that the event casts doubts on the competence and attitude of the Muhammadu Buhari-led government to protect the lives and property of Nigerians. It added that the terrorism in the country has endured as a result of corruption of high-level officials and manifestation of the decadence and abysmal level of degeneration in the nation's security architecture. The ADP noted that it is neither disappointed nor amazed at the state of the nation as gross incompetence and resultant failure in respect of matters of security as the ruling APC lacks direction, it said. Now, joining us to discuss this is the national chairman of the Action Democratic Party, Yabagi Yusuf Sani. Good evening to you, Honorable Yusuf Sani. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening to you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, you have quite a long statement, but can you just, in summary, give us a position of the Action Democratic Party?
Well, the issue is that okay, can I go on?
Yes, please, Honorable Yabagi, we can hear you. Please go on. Hello, Honorable, please go on. We can hear you, so please continue.
Okay. I said the issue is that it would appear that the APC-led government has lost direction, especially as it concerns the issue of security of lives and property in Nigeria. The speed at which this attack by bandits, so-called bandits, is happening indicates that it is either like some conspiracy, within the security agencies, or if you like, within the government, or there is an absence of governance completely. Because where you have governance, there's no way a country like Nigeria, with spending time talking about 400,000 force strength, and the resources we have in terms of ammunition and the upkeep of this force, for us to be attacked in the manner and sequence that is happening by a ragtag, few individuals. I mean, it questions the competence and sincerity of the people at the helm of affairs. And to worsen the situation, Nigerians are prepared to be the victim. Rather, the government is playing the victim instead of the citizens. If you listen to what the Minister of Transport was saying, or you listen to what Verify was saying, it's like there's some political grandstanding. Maybe because Sumter 3 is by the corner, these guys want to show that they are not part of this government, or that they have done what they are supposed to do as actors in this government. And maybe President Buhari, who will not be standing for election, that has failed the nation, but not them, not the minister, not the governor. So you can see how they are playing on the intelligence of Nigeria. And this is why Action Democratic Party is saying that Nigerians need to hold the power to account. We should hold power to account.
Okay. Yabagi Yusuf Sani, what would you say to those who believe that parties like yours are only speaking up now because the elections are around the corner, and asking where have you been all this while? Why is it that all of a sudden we're hearing about the Action Democratic Party? What do you say to people who ask such questions as an answer?
No, those who say so may not be fair to us because of all the political parties in Nigeria. I think we have been most vocal, we have been most constructive in our criticism of the government, and we have had several press conferences to call the attention of Nigerians to the fact that the APC-led government has failed that they lack credibility, they lack capacity. They don't even know where they're taking the country, politically, economically, and also socially. So we have been speaking, we have been issuing press releases, we have been calling you guys to listen to us. If they are taking press interviews, I don't know what else you want us to do.
The Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, had responded to a similar statement that the People's Democratic Party governors had put out, just similar to what your party is saying, that the APC federal government is a failure. And what the Minister of Information did say was that if you want to look at the entire security situation in the country, especially in the northern part of the country, that the threat was hitherto in the northeast, and that's why they came into government on the road and back of an election win, with Nigerians, feeling that Goodluck Jonathan and the PDP had not done enough. The Minister of Culture and Tourism had said, of Information and Culture rather, had said, was that the federal government is doing well, and they are recording successes in the fight against terrorism in the northeast, and that these successes should not be overlooked. He talked about the fact that before now, Nigeria was coming from a 16-year administration that could not equip the military. And they met a dire situation on ground that they had to fix, and that they've been able to equip the military, especially with armaments, and with the payment of salaries and dedication of money to the military, not going to the pockets of politicians. He also said, they've procured 12 Super Tucano jets and other hardware from foreign allies of Nigeria, that these should not be overlooked. What do you say to that?
Well, they can tell that to the Marines. Maybe because there's no daughter or son or wife of any of the ministers or presidency that has been kidnapped all along. That's why they are saying all this nonsense to Nigeria. I'm sure if it has happened to one of them, he won't be saying what he's saying. It's unfortunate that people would take the whole country to be fools, that they would tell us this kind of nonsense to people. If you can at least sympathize with Nigeria, please don't abuse our intelligence. That's what I say to you.
All right. Apart from criticizing the APC federal government and or APC-led federal government and demanding action, what can the ADP do if it had the power? What would the ADP do differently to fix the situation?
I mean, you see, Nigeria is the most easiest country to rule, to govern, because all the ingredients are there. The resources is there, human capital is there, peace is there, because we are not at war, except the war that has been visited on Nigerians by those who are collaborating with some miscreants to destabilize the country, and most of them are in this government, because how do you explain a situation where you give billions to the security agencies, like they say, they buy 2 Tucano jets, and we can't see anything, in terms of the change in the insecurity in the country. Look at the area of corruption. The corruption in this government is more endemic than it has ever been in this country. So there is no governance. That's all that's happening. Okay. Unfortunately, the only thing standing between us and greatness in this country is leadership.
Okay.
And this is something that ADP government will provide.
All right. We are pressed for time. But of course, you've given us, a bit of what your party will do. And we'll be looking forward to hearing more of your party as we see the political landscape expand and the space expand with different voices coming up ahead of the 2023 general election. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
All right. And that's Yabagi Yusuf Sani, who is the national chairman of the Action Democratic Party. Thank you for staying with us right here on Plus Politics. And that's a much we can take for now. It's been a bumper package. We do promise to try and get the Sheikh on the program tomorrow or next. But from all of us here at our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos, Thanks for joining us and keep watching. My name is Kofi Bertels. Good evening.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us to say AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest pain was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. now what we call sickling. That word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is like concave, and when it is now sickled, its corpse is sickled. Like a sickle. That means the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatment, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. There is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And some people, there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative people have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's a woman's fault, like for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this was going on? It's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened but they're still telling you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind of. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me. until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, that helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong, if you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica. Good afternoon. I am Messi Bopo. This is a news update. President Muhammadu Buhari has signed Executive Order 11, which mandates the government to institutionalize maintenance of public buildings into law. Signing the new law just before the commencement of the weekly virtual Federal Executive Council meeting at the Presidential Villa, the President directed all ministries, departments and agencies of government to set up maintenance departments in line with the provision of the new executive order. Buhari pointed out that the maintenance of public facilities has gone beyond just the culture, but an economy providing employment for a good number of Nigerians. He said the order now gives legal backing to the country's national maintenance policy following its earlier approval by the Federal Executive Council. Federal government has lifted a nationwide midnight curfew and limitations on gathering along with other restrictions imposed more than 2 years ago to curb the spread of coronavirus. A statement issued by the Presidential Steering Committee on COVID-19 states that the removal of restriction was decided in view of the declining numbers of cases, reduced risks of importation of new variant, as well as the availability of vaccines. The government encouraged private companies to continue implementing measures to limit the spread of the virus at work and also instruct civil servants to go back to their offices. The Senate has considered a bill sponsored by Senator Suleiman Umar, APC Kwara, seeking to establish the National Religious Harmony Commission as it has passed the second reading during the plenary. Leading the debate on the general principle of the bill, Omar said the United Nations Charter and several provisions of the 1999 Constitution as amended were based on the principle of dignity and equality of all human beings, and that the UN Charter sought the promotion and respect of human rights and fundamental freedom for all, without distinction to race, sex, language, or religion. The bill, after consideration, was referred to the Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters for legislative input and was given 4 weeks to turn into its report. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has made a haul of 1,399 kilograms of drugs in Kaduna in March, sealing a shop and 4 houses in the process. The commander of the NDLEA in the state, Umar Adoro, gave the breakdown of drugs seized as 997.121 kilograms of Indian hemp to 342.329 kilograms of other psychotropic substance, 0.027 kilogram of cocaine, 0.036 kilogram of heroin, and 59.38 kilogram of tramadol. Adoro say 3 of the houses sealed are located in the Rigachikun area of the state, while the 4th was in Angaru Miro area of the state. The wife of the immediate past governor of Anambra State, Ebele Chukwuobiano, has picked her expression of interest and nomination forms to contest for the seat of the Senate of Anambra North in 2023 general elections. This is coming few hours after the chief of staff to the former governor, Premius Odili, declared an interest to run for the same seat. She said the plight of the people, especially women and children from the rural communities of her constituency, informed her decision to hearken to the demonstrations and pleas from various groups and organizations to represent the zone at the 10th National Assembly. As power supply continues to get worse, Nigerians speak out in anger, and that's on our Street View. Take a listen.
I burn generator from almost on daily basis. I mean, by the time I calculate the money I spend for fuel on daily basis, and I honestly tell myself the truth that this power issue is something else. It's really dealing with us Nigerians.
This thing is affecting so many companies. My daughter has a company. I know how many fuel we run every day. People that cannot afford such, they end up packing up and going to other countries. Can I say in a month we'll have like 3 times? Is that power supply? So every day I burn fuel. Every day I buy fuel 2,000 in my house. It's very ridiculous. We are being cheated. There is no light. I live at Ikoyi. They don't give us light. Like 3 times a week, and it's about 2 to 3 hours, and it's gone. There is money in this country, but we don't know where the money is going to. No water, no lights, no good roads. What can we do? It's affecting me. It's affecting me. See me as I'm sweating. If I bath finish like this, I begin sweating. In the evening, sweating. Midnight, sweating. All my children, they are sick now. No lights, and they are still bring the bill. Where is the money? And now, the bill is high. What are we using? Fan, television. So it's finished. I'm fit. I'm not using the oven. I'm not using washing machine. And they are bringing crazy bill. For what? And no light. We are suffering from this Nigeria.
There is no light in my area. No single light. But we are paying for light, but we never see light. Sometimes, once in 2 weeks. Sometimes we will not even see it.
And to other parts of Africa, Burkina Faso's former president Blaise Compaoré has been sentenced to life imprisonment for complicity in the 1987 murder of his predecessor Thomas Sankara in a coup. The charismatic Marxist revolutionary Sankara was gunned down in the West African nation's capital, Ouagadougou, at the age of 37, 4 years after he took power in the previous coup. Compaoré was charged in absentia along with his former head of security, Hyacinthe Kafando, who also was sentenced to life imprisonment. Both have previously denied any involvement in Sankara's death, along with 12 other defendants accused of involvement in the plot, 3 of whom were declared innocent on Wednesday. New accounts have emerged of Malian troops and suspected Russian mercenaries killing about 300 people in a town in its central region. Right group Human Rights Watch, in a statement, said there's been a deliberate slaughter of people detained in the central town of Moor, describing this being under the control of Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb. The United Nations missions in the Sahel nation has said that it's still waiting for authorization from the transitional authorities to launch its fact-finding mission in Moor. And outside Africa, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has defended America's response to war in Ukraine during a heated exchange with Republican lawmaker who accused the Pentagon over estimating Russia's military capability. Austin and other U.S. officials say U.S. support to Ukraine forces, along with Ukraine's strong will to fight, has thwarted Russia's plan for a swift victory in its now more than 1 month since the invasion.
To embrace socialism at the National Defense University, to do mandatory pronoun training. Do you accept?
You know, it's again, this is the most capable, the most combat credible force in the world. It has been, and it will be so going forward.
Not if we continue down this path.
To do that.
Not if we embrace socialism.
The fact that you're embarrassed by your country. By
no. I'm embarrassed by your leadership.
I'm sorry for
I am not embarrassed for my country. I wish we were not losing to China.
It's what you're saying.
You know what? That is so disgraceful that you would sit here and conflate your failures with the failures of the uniformed service members. You guys said that Russia would overrun Ukraine in 36 days. You said that the Taliban would be kept at bay for months. You totally blew those calls. And maybe we would be better at them if the National Defense University actually worked a little more on strategy and a little less on wokeism.
Has it occurred to you that Russia has not overrun Ukraine because of what we've done and our allies have done?
But that was baked into your flawed assessment. That was baked into your flawed assessment. And so I saw that the Obama administration tried to destroy our military by starving it of resources, and it seems the Biden administration is trying to destroy our military by force-feeding it wokeism.
And in business news, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe has said that it was set to introduce a new 100 Zimbabwean dollar note. This followed instruction by the Finance and Economic Development Minister Mutoli Cube in a statutory instrument published in April 5th Extraordinary Government Gazette. At Tuesday weekly foreign currency auction, the Zimbabwean dollar's rate fell to 145.8721 to $1, down from the previous week's 142.4237 to $1. And to some entertainment news, actress Rita Dominic and her fiancé, Fidelis Anoshike, publisher of the Daily Times newspaper, will be getting married in Imo State on April the 18th and the 19th, even as photos of them together have been shared online ahead of their union. The actress representative shared that the couple got engaged some time ago and have been privately putting things together for their upcoming wedding. The last Christmas holiday season was a bit more special for Rita Dominic, as she revealed her partner in December 2021 via her verified Instagram page. And Kanye West has pulled out of his scheduled performance at the Coachella Festival. The rapper has been scheduled to play the closing night of the two-weekend festival, which runs April 15th to 17th and April the 22nd to the 24th. Although the reason for his cancellation was not clear, he was barred from a planned appearance at the Sunday night's Grammy Awards due to what was described as his concerning online behavior. Recall that in 2020, Kanye West also pulled out of a planned headlining appearance at the 2020 festival, which was postponed this year due to the pandemic. British singer Ed Sheeran says baseless copyright claims are damaging the music industry. He said these after he won a case at the High Court in London over whether a refrain in his 2017 mega hit Shape of You has been lifted from another artist. Ed Sheeran has been involved in a legal battle with the gimmick artist Sami Chokri, who performed as Sami Switch, and music producer, who had argued the hook from Shape of You that had been copied from their 2015 song, Oh Why. He said he had analyzed the song musical element and found that there was no compelling evidence that Oh Why phase originated from the source other than Oh Why.
Whilst we're obviously happy with the result, I feel like claims like this are way too common now and have become a culture where a claim is made with the idea that a settlement will be cheaper than taking it to court, even if there's no base for the claim. It's really damaging to the songwriting industry. There's only so many notes and very few chords used in pop music. Coincidence is bound to happen if 60,000 songs are being released every day on Spotify. That's 22 million songs a year, and there's only 12 notes that are available. I don't want to take anything away from the pain and hurt suffered from both sides of this case, but I just want to say I'm not an entity, I'm not a corporation, I'm a human being, I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a son. Lawsuits are not a pleasant experience, and I hope with this ruling it means in the future baseless claims like this can be avoided. This really does have to end. Me, Johnny and Steve are very grateful for all the support sent to us by fellow songwriters over the last few weeks.
So it was a resounding victory for Ed Sheeran. The judge basically believed the evidence that Mr. Sheeran gave by himself and also the other witnesses that were called on his behalf, to the extent that there was no evidence of any deliberate copying of the riff, and also that even if there had been any form of copying, actually there were significant differences between OY and the OI riff that was included in Shape of You.
And in sports, the Senate has summoned Minister of Youth and Sports Development Sunday Dare over the vandalization of Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja, by hoodlums on March the 29th after the Super Eagles failed to qualify for the Qatar 2022 World Cup. The upper chamber equally invited the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, Amaju Pinnick, and other agencies involved in the maintenance of the stadium. The Senate also mandated its Committee on Sport and Youth Development to investigate the remote and immediate cause of the failure of the Super Eagles to qualify for the World Cup in spite of numerous government support. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bokpo. There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
Sights like these have become commonplace around Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Street beggars looking pitiful, others stretching their hands, calling for alms or scuttling for limited meals or gifts handed them by gracious passers-by. However, Lagos does not seem alone in this. Ibadan, an ancient city in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, isn't left out. The pace-setter state also has a teeming number of beggars, many of them immigrants from Niger and Chad. Halima is a 37-year-old mother of this kid. Daily, she heads for the streets to make a living off street begging.
Some people they give me 10 and some people they give me 20 now, 15 now. So the bar is for Yoruba where they sell rice.
She tells us that her street begging business pays off a lot in Nigeria.
Nigeria good. Nigeria they give us food, they give us clothes, they give us everything. Nigeria is fine, nothing in it. Nigeria is good. I don't stay in Nigeria 3 years.
Now back to Lagos at Jagale precisely. A suburb dominated by low-income earning Nigerians is where we find Fatima, a 15-year-old who migrated from Bauchi and was introduced to a life of street begging by her auntie.
My mommy don't have money. The money where she don't have, where she give us to eat. She don't have money to put us for school. Why she come the begging?
She is not alone. Her 54-year-old mom had also taken to street begging for survival. She recounts how tales of green pastures had made her migrate from her home state of Bauchi. She tells us her experience.
Da yara bakwai kuma ba da kuɗi shine masababin na taho Lagos. Har ne wannan shekaru ina nan Lagos.
Well, for this mother and daughter, an intervention made all the difference.
Ba ni da jari ne. Ba jari. shine yasa nake yi kuma wannan oga shine ya zo shi ya ce in daina yin bara in kama sana'a in bayar yara na biyu makaranta na bashi yara na wa'annan guda biyu makaranta yawa.
Currently, the begging system in Nigeria is structured, in a way that these beggars are most times being imported from the north, to beg, and there are those who they remit to.
A 2013 survey posted by Science Direct indicated that the total population of beggars in Nigeria stood at 12.4 million persons as of 2013. The Northwest hosted 41.1%, the Northeast hosted 28.2%, the North Central hosted 12.9%, leaving Southern Nigeria, including the Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast, with 17.8%. Today, Fatima is enrolled in a school, while her mum runs a petty trade.
Shekara ta 25 a nan Lagos. Ina zanne wannan ya ce shi wannan oga ya je ce bara ba kyau. Na ce bara ba kyau oga ya ce iya. Sai na ce ni na barbara na kama sana'a. Sai ya ce ki ban yaranki makaranta. Shine yara na guda biyu na bashi makaranta suke zuwa makaranta. Yawwa. To kin ji mu garinmu muna Bauchi a ƙasar Bauchi muke kuma garinmu jama'are local. Jama'are local garinmu shekara ta 55. Yawwa. To yanzu dai muna nan muna maleji a nan. Kuma a cikin hakan nan ba mu samu jari ba jari. Ba mu da jari amma muna nan muna maleji.
They are thankful, but together they feel that street begging is wrong.
Make them find another work. That beg is no good.
Well, unfortunately, their gospel doesn't seem popular for these crop of beggars found on the other end of Lagos Island, Ajah precisely. For these ones, life seems to be about waking up each morning, hoping to get alms from sympathetic passers-by.
Gwamnati ta ce za ta iya mana, kuma gwamnati ba ta iya mana ba. Mun zo muna fama ga wahala, ga rana, ga yunwa ta ishi.
A cikin yaranmu da babanmu ya yi fani ne babba. Duk wanda suke bayana duk ƙanana ne ba su san komai ba. No, I know the bed. I know go bed. I know go bed. I will give my daddy. May put me for school.
Jigawa, wahala ce ta kawo mu, mijina ne ya mutu. Mijina ne ya mutu. Shi ne ya sa na zo ni. Ba kwan ne ya sa na zo ni ba. Nema na zo ni ci da bakina.
Diba fa kaina.
Bata iya Ingilishi ba.
Wa diba kaina. Ba moni yunwa. Karata guda.
Some of these passers-by think that street begging constitutes a nuisance.
We Nigerians are the ones that are still making these guys be on the road.
Okay.
Normally, we should not give them money. We should stop giving them money. You understand? When we are giving them money, then we are supporting it. So when we stop giving them money, they will move.
Since they beg for, let's say, quite some time, and I think they should try and raise up something and delve into one business or the other rather than begging it.
Why do people take to street begging? We spoke to a psychologist.
Begging starts from environment where there's deprivation from basic amenities and where there's poverty. However, once the habit starts, it becomes a disease of the neural system where it becomes self-replicating. Once a person goes on the roadside and asks for alms, and that person's behavior finds expression, the normal way the brain works is that that habit or that behavior now becomes habitual. It's a self-replicating habit, and so several people who tried the first time and they were able to get a few naira from that begging habit, they will be chasing that feeling. There's a feeling that comes from begging and getting someone to give you alms.
In Lagos, the number of child beggars and adult beggars experts say runs into over 1,000, as it would be recalled that earlier in 2020, some beggars numbering over 1,000 blocked the entrance to the Lagos State House of Assembly and the governor's office to protest against what they termed undue harassment and arrest by officials of the state government. With 3 northern states of Kano, Niger and Nasarawa recently banning street begging, the Lagos state government may not have officially banned street begging, but has constantly wasted no time to reiterate its position on the zero tolerance for street begging.
It's illegal. In Lagos, the law does not tolerate it. There is a law that is against street begging, and we are trying to enforce the law. We are actually enforcing the law because anybody who is caught doing street begging in Lagos is going to face prosecution. And if they are kids, they can be taken up the streets and taken to centers. If you are brought before a magistrate for begging, you can be fined up to 30,000 naira, or you can be sent to 1 year imprisonment.
Some schools of thought believe that if people were not given to street begging, there wouldn't be beggars on the streets.
We should give to beggars, but not those who have the capacity to work. If you want to look at it, you need to find what is the definition of a beggar. Is it somebody who is incapacitated, or is it somebody who has just chosen begging as a lifestyle? If it's somebody who has chosen begging as a lifestyle, no. Or if it's someone who is incapacitated, if you go to other climes, they have people who are incapacitated, but there's a way they are taken care of. If Nick was in Nigeria, he would have been a street beggar. But today, Nick is far richer than some industrialists in this nation. Why? Because there are nations that have provided some sort of support.
So what does religion say about street begging?
According to the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we are told that we should earn a living in the most legitimate way. So Islam does not encourage street begging. It doesn't encourage begging at all. Yes, Islam encourages zakah and sadaqah, which is given to those people in need, but not to people that are able-bodied, that can actually work and earn a living. So we don't Islam does not encourage begging. Like training is a good place to start. Education, educating them to make them understand that even the Islamic religion, because you see that a lot of these people, they've been brainwashed thinking that it's okay. And even in Nigeria, because even now, we look at the people that are begging on the streets. People literally beg everywhere now, even on social media. We see people going on social media to beg in a way that maybe you call it a sophisticated kind of begging. So I think the first thing is education, to educate those people that it is not acceptable. Even the religion that they practice does not accept it. It's totally unacceptable.
Some people have made a life out of begging. No, that is not scriptural. The Bible said, he that does not work should not eat. But let him, then secondly, let him that steals steal no more, so that he can work, so he can have to give. So we are permitted to give to beggars, provided that, or let me put it this way, we should give to beggars who are incapacitated, not those who have the capacity to work. If you've got the capacity to work, go and work.
The state government considers street begging as unlawful, but what is being done to contain it?
There are centers that they are being taken to any time they are caught doing that, and they are taken to those centers, and they are being fed there, they are being clothed there, and the government is totally responsible for their upkeep, so that nobody is encouraging a street begging. But anybody who is found taking off the streets 1 or 2, 3 times and is still doing it, the person may go to jail.
Can street beggars be rehabilitated?
I've worked with a particular person who had access to get a job years after begging, but because that has become habitual and that feeling is always, drives home that fulfillment, the person declined the job at the expense of a paying job because the brain had been wired to get a reward for not doing anything. Yeah, they can be rehabilitated into the society by therapy and coaching. Therapy to help them alter that way of thinking, coaching to help them so that they can charge after the goals in an unstoppable manner. They certainly can be rehabilitated, but it takes work and it takes the desire of that person to want to stop that habit. No matter how professional the therapist or the coach they're working with is, if they're not determined to leave, it will be difficult for us to ride on that energy and make them break free from that particular habit.
With governments at all levels working towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is ending poverty, we do hope that the number of street beggars in Lagos reduces remarkably.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
It used to be called the Consumer Protection Council, CPC, but today it is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC. It is the #1 protection agency in Nigeria, established to improve the well-being of the people and protect her citizens in the marketplace. Essentially, the Commission's role is to prevent abuse, exploitation, and any form of mistreatment or disregard with respect to consumers. Babatunde Irukera has been overseeing the transition and operations of this commission since January 2019 and has contributed immensely to the rise in the profile of this commission. I wanted us to start with the name of the commission. You know, I know and I understand what consumer protection is, but what in the Lord's name is competition protection?
It's one of those words where it speaks for itself,
yes.
But from a regulatory standpoint, it almost begs a question. And what it is that the history of competition would probably come from a long history in the United States of what is otherwise called antitrust. And antitrust has its history in what really is expected to be a fiduciary relationship, a position of trust between industry and consumers. And so what it is competition regulation is market regulation in some sense, making sure that the market is free. And the dominant economic theory and principle globally today is free market. And the free market means where you allow the market forces to decide the nature of the dynamics of the market, especially something like price. And so a free market means the government is not, one of the ways it's called free market. There's a long history of government interfering in business or even really controlling business. And then you've got some of the old principles of socialism, communism. But capitalism itself had to progressively unlock the market. So a free market means let everything be negotiated freely in the marketplace between the seller and the buyer. And so you might think that a deregulated market means the government is out of it, and that's true. But there are other factors that can distort the market. For instance, if there are entry barriers, if it's difficult for someone else to get into the market to compete, that's a barrier to entry, and it distorts the market. It's price fixing. There's a cartel. If competitors can get together to fix prices, then essentially the market is not nearly as free as it is, because there is some externalities that affect what really would be a free negotiation. And there are a few other things, like subsidy. If a business is subsidized and another one is not subsidized, it's not a free market. The real full forces of the market, which is broadly characterized as demand and supply, but having many sub-characterizations and not operating clearly. Competition regulation is looking to each of those things, whether it's in a merger or acquisition, where a company that has maybe 60% of the market share wants to acquire another company that has 20% of the market share. And so that acquisition in itself promotes a level of dominance that could potentially become problematic. And so a competition regulatory system would address that. Might look at it and block the merger, or it might approve the merger with certain conditions, or otherwise known as potentially structural remedies or behavioral remedies. So there are a few different things that that are in the toolbox of a competition authority to regulate the market to make sure it's free.
All right. So in the United Kingdom, they have 8 consumer rights: adequate food, clothing, water, shelter, healthcare, education, public utilities, and sanitation. Are those consumer rights also available in Nigeria here?
In a manner of speaking.
Right.
Yes. But in a matter of practice, I think Nigeria still scores significantly behind on a lot of those key ones, including the Sustainable Development Goals.
In February 2019, the President Buhari signed the new FCCPA Act, and that repealed the old one, the Consumer Protection Council Act, but now with more stringent penalties for violations and non-compliance. And these rules apparently apply to all goods and services providers in the country. Do you disagree with those who assert that this commission has an unusually wide jurisdiction covering every consumer issue in Nigeria? And for instance, how feasible is it to apply these rules in a technical industry like the aviation industry? Should aviation have been exempted, for instance, from it?
Well, to the extent that they make a statement of fact that the provisions of the FCCPA is pretty wide-ranging and covering the entire spectrum of commerce, I agree with them. But to the extent that they say that it's inappropriate, I strongly disagree. And it's a good example you give with respect to aviation. At the end of the day, the nature of what a consumer protection or a competition authority is quite specialized. And so taking aviation as an example, and we're not getting into the airworthiness of an aircraft. We're not getting into what the safety standards are. We're not discussing what the appropriate weather visibility should be, or what type of equipment is even appropriate for the market. We're talking about the fundamental commercial principles of how passengers are treated, consumer protection.
Buying and selling.
Buying and selling. And the commerce of competition. It's simple. It's economic theory and legal theory. And that's what our specialty is. And that specialty, they're principles. And they would apply in every industry anyway. We would study the market, we would do market studies, we would engage sector regulators in how to proceed, but none of the other sector regulators have the expertise or the specialties we have, which is focusing on consumer protection and competition regulation.
And so that brings us to the matter of aviation. I know I've been following the agency. On Wednesday, March the 2nd, 2022, your agency reacted to the move by domestic airlines, purportedly under the Airline Operators of Nigeria. Now, first thing, the AON, the Airline Operators, is a trade association. Is your commission regulating that group?
So the commission regulates all goods and services and any commercial activity. Whatever you do for the purpose of commerce is subject to regulation. And so a trade association in itself is not a business.
Right.
And so take the AON, for instance, doesn't have a license, doesn't have an air operator's license, doesn't have an aircraft of its own, doesn't have any passengers of its own. It's an association, it's a platform.
Yes.
And so the members of that platform are subject to regulatory authority. And as a matter of fact, the law apparently clearly, specifically states that you cannot, even on the platform of your trade association, engage in conduct that is inappropriate under law.
And it is inappropriate because you've used the word cartel. The commission has used the word cartel. Some people are reacting to that, saying, are you trying to fix prices of tickets for the airlines in coming down hard, in saying that there was a coordinated increase, by the airlines, some of them? You also went ahead to say the commission has credible information that people at a meeting had arrived at a consensus and that the meeting ended in a resolution that encouraged, permitted, or consented to a coordinated conduct. So break it down for us. What is your quarrel with the domestic airlines increasing airfares?
And so the one thing that we're absolutely clear about is we respect the right and the prerogative of airlines to fix their fares.
Right.
In a free market, they're going to determine their fare based on whether the passengers want to get on the plane or not.
Right.
And that's how it should be. And to make that market free, we want all the competitors in there. We want to make sure that no competitor is handicapped against the other, so they can truly, fiercely, and robustly compete for the customer and patronage of consumers. Once that is happening, we're just on the back seat watching the market play out. Anything that disrupts that. So for instance, if the association gets together and they even discuss commercially sensitive information such as price, that is an illegal meeting.
Price fixing.
Just even discussing mutual pricing is against the law.
Really?
Everybody should go and manage the revenue models, the volumes, the supply by themselves. It is not for competitors to come together and have those conversations. It is the most egregious level of it. When you now sit around and say, by the way, let us agree on what the price is. What you've done is you've completely eliminated competition.
What if they're saying that because of the cost of aviation fuel, they've come together to discuss that, the effects of the high price of aviation fuel, and that discussion led into the discussion?
You must exercise control over your discussions. That's what the law expects of you. There's nothing wrong with, at an association level, coming to discuss issues of mutual concern or benefit to members of the association. There's nothing wrong with, at the association level, saying, look, we have a problem with the cost of aviation fuel. What are the things we can do to engage or even to promote efficiency in such a way that aviation fuel continues, the supply chain continues uninterrupted, or that the price of aviation fuel can be controlled? And so take, for instance, you have a co-located tank farm. You're doing co-location with tanking fuel from the service point onto the tarmac. You can have all those conversations. You can have conversations about how to make your businesses more efficient and all of that. But those conversations must be that what it is. You cannot from there say, and by the way, based on all these considerations and all the consents, I think it is only fair that we now agree on what the minimum fare for travel on Lagos, Abuja as a sector, for instance, is. You cross the line, and it's a red line.
It's a red line. What is the way forward now? Has the commission expressed dissatisfaction to them? Are the airlines going to reduce these prices or change the prices?
So our problem is not a reduction or not.
Right.
I think we, from our role and our expertise, we're at least one step removed from determining the fairness or otherwise of their fares.
Right.
And because that's not the subject from a mandate standpoint, and then a follow-up to that is that even if that were the subject from a mandate standpoint, we would be arbitrary in determining whether it's high or low. And I understand consumers feeling that this is high. It's understandable.
Yes.
But the first component, the most important component to even correcting that system and allowing us to know what the price is first, let there be competition. Let one airline set its fare at what it considers profitable based on its own revenue management model.
Yes.
and let another one set its fare based on that. They operate this different equipment. They don't have the same number of employees. They don't have exactly the same input cost. You don't know who owes and what they owe. They're not leasing from the same company. Their lease rates are different. Their insurance premiums are different. Bunch of things that go into the cost, and which makes every business, airlines inclusive, determine what their margin, what their comfort point is. When that happens, then you can say, if the market is still not working well, then the competition authority can look again in its toolbox to find some other tool to address what the problem is. But at the minimum, let the market be free.
At the minimum, let the market
be free.
All right. So when you say let the market be free, is there going to be any form of punishment for them even discussing something that was illegal
in the first place?
Per se, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the law provides that it is wrong. And if you violate the law, there should be a consequence. Right. However, because it's commerce,
yes,
and what you want to do is some of the key exceptions to the black and white letter of the law or the elimination of the shades of gray is that when conduct occurs in the context of commerce. And so a proper regulator in commerce must have a regulatory framework by the law that allows it to exercise its mandate on a spectrum. And that regulator must also have the skills and the knowledge and the sophistication and intimacy with commerce to also know how to operate on that spectrum.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I think that there's a consequence management system that requires consequences for this, but there are a bunch of other factors that we would consider to determine what the consequence should be, including, for instance, I'll give you a quick one. Competition regulation in Nigeria is recent. And this is a very mature economy where people have done their business in a certain manner. And so unlocking competition to its full possibility requires some management and navigation. And so we would exercise that. We would look at each of the situations, look at the conduct of the parties, look at the benefit to the parties, look at the injury to the consumers, and look at their responses to determine where on the spectrum. And that's why I can't say whether there's going to be a significant penalty or whether just corrective measure would be sufficient.
I want to take you now to what I'm calling unsolicited text messages and the way out for consumers who are experiencing it. I don't know if you wake up every morning and there's a text message that comes in, say from an insurance company. You didn't subscribe to it, but it's regular, it comes. And then I think, okay, is this a business model? Is the telecom operator making money from, selling phone numbers to these companies that are sending all these messages? What is the way out for a consumer who is not happy to receive those messages every day?
So that still exists, but to a far, it's much less than it used to be, because the framework was also created by the NCC, which was the Do Not Disturb, and you can sign on. There's a specific express act that a consumer takes to sign on to that, meaning I'm excluding my telephone from receiving unsolicited messages. Where I think the disconnect is, and the work still needs to be done, is whether the process of signing on to that is burdensome to consumers. I mean, the best possible consumer protection is for anything that a consumer needs to do to secure their protection to be not burdensome. And another theory might be, should default not be that do not disturb, and I have to opt in if I want to receive. And those are conversations that must occur based on consumer feedback and surveys and engagement with the primary regulator, in this case the telecommunications regulator.
Join us again after the break. Welcome back. Now let's go to the matter of money lenders. The National Information Technical Development Agency is partnering with you, the FCCPC, to prosecute money lenders who abuse debtors' data. That was a new thing. People went online to lend money, and then when they defaulted, the commission says they hacked into their contacts and start sending messages to the contacts saying, I've seen a few of those messages. This person is a chronic debtor and he doesn't pay his debts. But I'm not sure if the use of the word hack is right, because according to the people I've spoken with, they actually ask you at the time you're signing in or lending this money, they ask you for access into your contact. So, and I'm thinking from the legal point, you went to lend the money, you subjected yourself to their rules and regulations. So when they come back and behave badly, shouldn't you just swallow it?
Personally, I'm personally outraged by it. The reason is that our investigations so far just shows that it's just wild, wild west space. Borrowers invariably, not necessarily even inadvertently, consent to that. But the role of Consumer Protection Authority is not limited to where consent occurs. It's also where it shouldn't even be a term of a contract in the first place. And so what we are saying is how important to borrowing money and recovering money is a public shaming and a reputational damage to literally everybody
Anyone on your contact list. Yes.
How important, I mean, how is that a very important aspect of traditional lending and profiling for repayment? Getting around to developing the regulatory intervention in this space has taken quite some time and a lot of brain thrust in multiple agencies.
Can they still contact this commission?
Absolutely. Right. We're receiving emails every day. We're harvesting cases. Yes. We're harvesting information.
In other words, public shaming cannot be justified under any circumstances whatsoever.
I think I would not go nearly as to say under any circumstances whatsoever. But it's fair to say that it cannot be justified under the circumstances in which it is happening.
Okay. Under those specific circumstances. Yes. I saw that video. You know, they put a blob of margarine and pot and cooking. And I thought, you know, we've always used Blue Band when we cook jollof rice. It makes the rice moist because jollof rice can be very dry in the throat. And I read your website, I read the explanation, and some people are still insisting that it's fake. So I wanted you to just sort of educate us about why it seems that this margarine seems not to be melting, whereas if you use butter, you put it in the frying pan, it melts immediately.
Good. Now, what it is depending on what it is, spread is something that is held together by what you call emulsifiers.
Yes.
And those emulsifiers hold it together. You use it for bagel. It's different from the margarine you spread on your bread or that you fry your egg with. And so that it's not melting. It's not an indication of whether it is adulterated or whether it is substandard or fake or dangerous, by the way. No, it's exactly what it is. Spreads are spreads. They are not set up to melt under the same heat level as margarine would ordinarily melt. And so what this company did was they've got the Blue Band margarine and then they've got the Blue Band spread. And so what it is that some consumer must have bought the spread thinking that this was margarine. And so if there was a question here, it might be for a manufacturer who needs to do a little more work in differentiation.
Yes.
But the scientific evidence, and we have a quality assurance department here with food science technologists and other scientists there. Pretty comfortable working with them, the standards organization, and even gathering information from NAFDAC that the spread is not dangerous because it doesn't melt. And that this product didn't melt, wasn't margarine that was substandard that failed to melt.
Yes. So it is safe.
Yeah, I mean, and so from a standard standpoint, I mean, there are all kinds of other arguments about the safety of consuming trans fat of health and lifestyle choices perspective, and so I won't, that's not the point I'm making. But from a standpoint of applicable standards, whether this is edible and whether the Codex or SON standards already have accepted that the components or the ingredients of the blue band spread as it is safe for consumption, the answer is yes.
Right. Okay. Now, to this matter of 5 shipping companies, in 2021, last year, this commission established a case against 5 shipping companies allegedly involved in influencing high freight rates, including associated costs to the country. And I thought, is this another cartel operation we're seeing here?
The way we conduct our investigations is that if there's probable cause, we'll take a look into potential violation of law. And so we had credible intelligence that some coordination appeared to be going on in the shipping industry, and even identified some specific shipping lines who had been part of what really is a charter, as we call it, some charter about coordination. Some of the information we've also seen already points in the direction of other shipping companies that were not subject of search,
right,
which we will be expanding the investigation to.
Now, you've mentioned investigation a few times now, and you've also talked about, you know, like FBI, you're doing some kind of undercover work. So when executing all these actions or search warrants, are there ever any altercations? Do you also prosecute these altercations when your men want to go in, for instance, and want access to some kind of sensitive information? Do they get a resistance?
I would say we've met with resistance. Some of the resistance have been more robust or more animated than others. But altercation in the sense of getting relatively physical or risk of significant injury, no, we haven't seen that. Now, it doesn't mean that there haven't been physical contact sometimes. But we've met with resistance, which is pursuant to law, and an execution of a search warrant, we believe, potentially be a violation of law in a criminal context, which is obstruction. And we've got at least 2 prosecutions going in 2 different industries where we executed search warrants, but certain executives or at least operatives of the subject of the search warrant resisted the agents of the operatives of the commission in discharging their work. And the prosecution clearly is an important aspect of our work, and for industry to understand that there's a way to proceed, and to the extent that the conduct of the commission is legitimate in compliance with law, and many times even pursuant to a court order, what the law requires is for you to cooperate.
I want to take you to section 33 now of the Act that sets up this commission. Failure and refusal to respond to a summons of the commission amounts to an offense.
It does, as it should be. I mean, how else can we do our work? What's different from that? That's the global standard.
Yes.
If the regulator asks you to come, you go. If they ask you for information, you provide it. If you fail to, they must find a way to compel you. And when, in addition to compelling you, they must find a way to penalize you for failing in the first place. Just imagine how completely impossible the work of regulating the space and protecting citizens would be a regulator to pull out, go through a truth extraction to get information from businesses.
Yes.
And so that, for me, are some of the most important areas. I'm more concerned about protecting the procedure and the processes of the institution and what the possible outcomes are. Yeah. And so when there's a failure to respect the law, I stand strongly against that. I prosecute by myself. I go to court myself, personally, to prosecute. Because it's so important. Yeah. There's no way we're going to build the institution. What we would prefer is not to have to intervene in the market nearly as much as we do. Yes. And it is only holding people accountable to processes that can create the appropriate deterrence, modify behavior for people to behave correctly. In the absence of consequence, there is absolutely no incentive to behave properly.
So, are you saying then that the repealed CPC Act, it was near impossible to prosecute violators because the offenders would just not play ball?
Under the CPC Act, there were certain powers. Whether those powers were fully exercised or explored is a totally different thing. It's fair to say that the FCCPA certainly is a more robust piece of legislation that clarifies the powers, and you don't have to determine the scope of the authority of the regulator by inference, as could have been under the CPC Act. Now it's more express.
How could that law have been so defective, though?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, law by itself is, even constitutions, the effort to repeal the Consumer Protection Council Act and enact the FCCPA is actually something that started before I took on the role. Where was it a priority for me when I took on the role? Yes. Was it something that we dedicated resource to pursuing? Yes. And so I think to take the credit for all of that would be disingenuous.
Right. And you've also called for guiding principles for road haulage in Nigeria. What informed that call?
In a country where laws regulating and controlling even alcoholic consumption and driving, and laws with respect to infant restraint in vehicles, whether they're sitting up front or whether you're using a car seat or not. Too many things that constitute number one factors in fatalities in developed countries are not even applicable here.
Yes.
Yet we still have haulage being number one. And so, and to the extent that haulage, road is still the primary method of transporting goods and even hazardous and inflammable products and materials, it became very important that we needed some concerted effort beyond the FCCPC, but with other key agencies like the FRSC, police, LASMA. We need to come to some understanding, and even the trade unions, the trade associations and platforms within haulage, you need to come to some mutual understanding that we can't keep behaving like the ostrich, burying our head in the sand and thinking no one sees us and saying this is a regulatory failure or bad roads. There are things we just have to come together to do. And so that's why I think, the best thing is to promote guiding principles that we both agree on and we both adopt. So let's proceed from there to self-regulation, and then crystallizing that self-regulation into proper regulation where there are penalties. And so that's why we led the effort to promote guiding principles on what is appropriate. And there are a few things. One is roadworthiness of the vehicles, weight, what training the drivers have, rest hours, how many hours a driver can rest, and what are the tools we need to begin to monitor this. I think when we started with seatbelts in this country, people thought it was unenforceable.
Yes.
But now that has moved to the market itself, people intuitively use their seatbelts. When we started with the traffic lights, and are we perfect yet? No, we're not. But people are far more disciplined with obeying traffic lights. So let's proceed with this also. It will take us to the next level.
Yes, take us to the next level. I wanted us to talk about a little practical example. So someone buys an air ticket, for instance, and then through negligence on the part of the travel agency, when the person gets to the airport to check in, they said, oh, sorry, this is not a return ticket. Your journey going is assured, but the return isn't booked. And so that person had to buy a fresh, full ticket. Now, defeating the purpose of buying a ticket earlier on, you know, he wanted to get a cheaper ticket. So the cheaper ticket, let's say, was about $700. On the day of travel, because of a mistake by the travel agency, he ended up paying £1,200 for the same ticket return. Now, that agency is not coming forth, you know, with what they want to do. You know, I thought in that kind of situation, not only will you do a refund, you will also pay the difference in what he originally paid when he did the first ticket and what he ended up paying on the day. You know, what is the way forward for such a person, a victim?
The odds that the travel agent will get that wrong are, stacked really low. So if that happens, it's an almost unforgivable failure.
This is a real case.
If that came to me, I would hold that travel agent absolutely responsible to the entire cost of the inconvenience. There's absolutely no excuse for it.
The inconvenience of the £1,200?
Absolutely. When I say the inconvenience, I'm talking about the cost of travel and additional inconvenience.
Yes, damages for that.
Absolutely, without question.
Can the person reach out to the commission in such a situation?
Absolutely, go online. There's a portal to file a complaint.
Online?
Online, on the website. There's a portal to file the complaint. File the complaint there. It's going to give you a case ID number. It would respond to you. It gives you access to the portal for you to see the progression of your complaint. We will hold that travel agent accountable.
When we come back from the break, I want us to talk about taking action. The website for the commission is www.fccpc.gov.ng. That's www.fccpc.gov.ng. Join us again after the break. Welcome back. Now let's talk about taking action. The 3 steps. Take action, file a complaint. Track your complaint. Know your rights and responsibilities as a consumer. And I thought that's interesting that you use the word rights and responsibilities in the same sentence, because the truth is there can be no rights without corresponding responsibilities, can they?
The underlying theory of jurisprudence is that once there is a right somewhere, there must be a duty somewhere else for that right to use. But the interesting thing is, in the statement you make about knowing your rights and responsibilities as a consumer, the rights and the responsibilities are actually on the same side now. Very interesting reverse of jurisprudence. So you might as well be a philosopher. But there are 2 things. Consumers also have responsibilities, let's be fair. My role is to protect consumers. That's my constituency. I'm not here trying to balance the rights of a consumer against the rights of a service provider. There's some other person who has that mandate. My mandate is to advocate for the consumer. However, I still recognize that even inherent in that advocacy and respect for the consumer's right are certain responsibilities. There's a certain manner of behavior.
You come to equity must come with clean hands.
Well, not even so much as that. It's actually even a matter of law also. For instance, if a consumer is abusive or physically abusing people at a checking counter, that's a problem. That's a problem. And so that's the responsibility from a restraint standpoint. And so there's also a responsibility from an active, not restraint standpoint. And that responsibility itself is a more important one in ensuring your rights are respected.
How?
And that is by taking specific action to enforce your rights. So one of the most important campaigns that I initiated and have pursued since I've been here is the demand and insist campaign. Demand your rights. When your rights are not respected, insist on them. When they're not respected, give me a call.
Demand, insist, and then FCCPC.
Because if you demand your rights, if consumers demand their rights, half the complaints we receive won't come here. And after demanding, and then there's another half that will still come here. But of that half, if you demand and you insist, another 20%
will be taken care of.
Will be taken care of because you've insisted. And then there's the 30%. And that 30% is people who want to be recalcitrant, test the law, push the boundaries. The regulator and the legal process is here. And our work is so much easier and our society is so much better. The most important component in any right enforcement mechanism in the world is a rights holder who has the audacity to demand, and when there's a failure, to even insist.
So you use the word audacity. Do you find that in these parts, in our client here, there's a sort of, people hesitate a little bit. You don't want to be seen to be troublesome, really, in demanding rights. And for women, I'm speaking for women now, when you raise your voice and people look at you, this woman, she's troublesome when you're demanding. Do you find that at all?
So you're right. I mean, culturally, we are not assertive.
Yes.
And then, in addition, even when we're assertive, we're somewhat tentative as a people. Yeah. And those are inconsistent with respecting rights. But I'd say that things are changing. The average Nigerian consumer is becoming far more discriminatory. And also, the more we entrench consumer protection and promote the social pact and commercial contract between the provider and the consumer, the less that will be. Because what you find is that consumers are even far more aggressive and unforgiving in excruciating us, government, for the violation of their rights by somebody else who has a commercial contract with them. And so part of our work is consumer education, as we channel the nature of that relationship and say, listen, hold government accountable for regulatory failures.
Yes.
But not accountable for production failures. First, let's hold the provider as the initial and primary accountable person.
Yes.
And we're beginning to see that. One of the things that I've seen in the period that I've been on this job is that people are complaining far more than ever before. And and many times people look at that as a failing grade in the sense that if you're doing your job, there shouldn't be that much complaint. No. People are complaining far more because we're succeeding in what we're doing.
Yes.
And so I think that history of culture, military rule, and all kinds of things, they're still part of the curve that we're turning. And I'm sure that we'll get better.
We'll get better. So let's talk about the process of taking action. You're online, so it's easy to access the commission through its website. When you file your complaint, what happens?
And so in addition to being able to go to a portal, you can go to the App Store and download.
You have an FCCPC app?
There's an app for you to file your complaint. When you file that complaint, you're going to receive a response that is a unique identifier for your complaint. Yes. And what we do is we immediately do some initial analysis. The case will be assigned to someone internally who would be the focal person to engage the target of your complaint or the respondent of your complaint, who would be engaged to see if there's a way to address the complaint one way or the other. There are other ways things can go. If it's a complaint that joins a pattern that we've seen in the industry, in addition to resolving it on your behalf, it might trigger an investigation. Because for the most part, what we do with complaints is try to resolve, but it also helps us determine if we need a more industry-wide intervention because of a pattern of a problem.
Yes. So when you say trigger an investigation, you've gotten complaints on a certain thing a few times, then you decide It's time to look deeper.
Or if we're still getting complaints with respect to a particular company and a product that we have engaged before, and things have not changed.
All right. I want to take you back now to 1996. I mean, that's one of the things that you're famous for, Trovan.
Oh, gosh.
The largest meningitis outbreak in northern Nigeria, and that $80 million settlement that you achieved for the affected children and their families. Was that money ever paid? There's always been a
Absolutely, to the last cent.
$80 million.
$80 million. It was divided into two: a fund for healthcare priorities of Kano State, and a fund for compensation to those who could have been proven to have been part of the study.
Yes. The
fund for the healthcare priorities of Kano State is what has resulted in the largest infectious disease hospital in Nigeria, in Kano, the Murtala and the Muhammadu Buhari as infectious disease hospital on the outskirts of Kano, built over a number of years, extremely well equipped. It's the largest infectious disease hospital in Nigeria today. And then the fund for the victims, they set up a trust for that, and that trust had a team of people who created a process that the victims and their lawyers passed through, verified and demonstrated that they were included in the tests, in the clinical test, and they were paid. They were absolutely paid.
What was that case about?
Well, I mean, in 1996 when it happened, I didn't know at all about it. But in 2006 when I read about it, that's when we commenced the action on it. And what it was apparently at the time, in 1996, when it happened, Pfizer was in the late stages of developing an antibiotic known as, at the time, Trovan. They'd gone through some stages of it. And so there was an outbreak of meningitis in Nigeria. And so some of these Pfizer researchers in the US saw that on the news and realized that it presented an opportunity to test Trovan against meningitis as an indicator.
Yes.
And so they had also progressed somewhat in the clinical test. It was stage 3 or stage 4 clinical trials that they were. And so they saw the situation in Nigeria as an opportunity, which in itself...
Was that a bad thing?
That's the point I was about to make. In itself, it's not necessarily bad to see that an outbreak of an epidemic is an opportunity for drug development. I mean, think about it. I mean, COVID, we've had to develop vaccination and medication against COVID right in the middle of the pandemic. So it's not necessarily bad. What the issues were was the parameters, the standards, and the appropriateness of conduct in the process. And one of the things that established that was that there are laws. You must obey those laws. There's a process you must go through. And then there's what you call the ethical committee. What the ethical committee is that when you develop your test, your design and protocol, there's an ethical committee of experts that must look at it and say, this protocol that you've developed would work well and will not endanger lives. Yes. And that ethical committee would look at the entire protocol, look at the circumstances under which you want to conduct the test, whether it's a controlled test in a hospital or an epidemic where there are hundreds of people. It would look at all of that. And if the protocol needs to be modified, it will be modified. What it was that Pfizer didn't have that ethical committee clearance.
Was that because they thought they're coming to deep dark Africa where we don't know anything?
What I can say for sure is that it was wrong. And Pfizer knew from experience that it was required. It was when Pfizer made an application to the US FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, the US new drug application, to try and get Trovan approved, and presented some of the outcomes of the clinical trial in Nigeria as part of the efficacy of the medication, that the US FDA asked for the ethical committee approval.
And there was none.
And what the investigation concluded at the time was that Pfizer now procured one that was backdated. And so the question of the proprietariness of the conduct was questionable. And there are all kinds of other allegations that were also part of what was going to be a very, very contentious civil case and criminal prosecution. But none of those cases went forward because Pfizer elected to otherwise resolve without pursuing the judicial process to the very end.
And that brings me to the question of the efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccines. There's still very little penetration in terms of how many people have been vaccinated. And there's a very strong resistance. People think that because normally vaccines take years to develop, this one that came within 2 years, they think that there's something wrong with it, or people don't want to be guinea pigs.
And so here we are trying to decide whether the glass is half full or half empty. I think it's half full. I'm convinced. I'm absolutely 100% persuaded, convinced, both from personal experience, just from reading from open sources, from engagement with scientists and even other regulators in the drug control space or disease control space, that the vaccinations are absolutely efficacious.
So you'd encourage Nigerians who haven't taken the vaccine to do so?
Beyond encouraging, I'll plead that it's so important that we take the vaccination. More important for us to take the vaccination here than it is even in the West.
And on the matter of importation of substandard fuel, those whose automobiles were affected with this high method, whatever,
off-spec, we call it off-spec
fuel, can they resort to your commission for help?
And some have, but you know what we found to be a far more methodical and certainly less chaotic approach to handling that was in part our engagement with the primary regulator, the mid and downstream regulatory authority, and even the NNPC, who quickly came up with what was the method to what was a chaos. Engaging the retailers, saying, look, for people who bought fuel from you, if they have a problem, let them return to you, because that's the primary point.
Yes.
And that's the best screening point. And that, as much as we understand it, has worked somewhat. But of course, there's some problems where the damage or injury is significant, and beyond that, like you said, damage to engine and all that.
Yeah.
So our legal departments in the FCCPC, the regulator, the NNPC is sitting together, develop a framework for those isolated cases. And we're not seeing that many of them, I might say. I don't know that we're not seeing them because people have resigned to the damage, or really because a lot is being resolved at the lower level. With respect to ultimate responsibility and culpability, the NNPC is obviously engaging from a refiner and importer level to see how, whatever the damages for injury can ultimately rise up the ladder and rest at the place where it should. And we're satisfied with that process, but we're watching it. To the extent that we're dissatisfied on behalf of consumers, our law gives us the opportunity to intervene somehow.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Irukera, for coming on 60 Minutes with me today.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
My name is Princess Oluyemisi Abiodun Ohumagbulem ni Akinyode. Permit me to join others on this platform to share my good old day stories. I was born and raised in Lagos State, but my parents
HRH Oba Obadiah Akionde, Olu of Oluke Land, and late Florence Omolara Akionde, Iya Yomi Special, are from Egba, Egbado, Bagura of Abeokuta, Ogun State. My father was a technician who later became an engineer at the Nigerian Railways Corporation. My mother was a Renaissance woman. What do I mean by that? She was a teacher who owned a general stores, taught private lessons, and constantly went back to school to further her education. What she was studying, I don't know. And still, she found time to always whip some sense into us, as we urged when growing up. I was brought up in a Christian household, centered around assurance, love, dignity, and discipline. My parents also really loved people and music, with Ebenezer Obey, Dele Adawa Super, Sonny Ade, and Idowu Animashaun playing in our house, often playing while they danced together on weekend in our parlor. Our house was always filled with visitors, joy, and love. My childhood was fun. I remember how we used to enter the LSDPC bus to get home from school. The buses were always on time, sticking to their set schedule, neat, safe, secured, organized, and very cheap, costing only 3 kobo to ride. For most of my adolescent and teen years, I attended boarding school. I went to Government College Kitu in Ekpe Division, Lagos State. It was a government school, but was surprisingly affluent, with a wealth of textbooks and a flood of ajabotas, kids fresh from England. It was in this school that I learned most of the lessons that will guide me through life. I learned personal responsibility, how to be independent, how to always write your name on everything you own. It was a wonderful and trying times for me. My pocket money for a whole time that time was 2 naira, and it was more than enough for my needs. Besides, I would still leave home with provisions. Then a small needle was 9 kobo. A dozen of Okin biscuit was 1 naira. And a Bonvita was 1 naira, 10 kobo. Those were good times. In that school, there were a healthy mix of people, cultures, and religion. We had Muslims, we had Christians, Hindus, Indians, and Uganda students at the school, all working and playing together. It was truly, truly beautiful. We took pride in our academics and felt safe. Those were our formative years. One memorable event that will remain indelible in my mind was when my dad, an engineer with Nigerian Railways Corporation, took the whole family on an excursion to Kainji Dam. We were excited to board the first-class coach on the Nigerian train. We had a triple bunk in our rooms and a dining area attached to our coach. We enjoyed the sightseeing, stopping along to get regional snacks and learning about Nigeria. We went through Ibadan, Oyo, Jeba, Ilorin with my mother. Blessed memory, she's dead now. She was teaching us about each region as we passed them. It was an eye-opener for me. It was an adventure that my siblings and I will never forget. It was one train ride that I learned how vast, beautiful, dynamic, and colorful Nigeria truly was. My God, Nigeria is truly blessed. We are blessed. I witnessed my oldest brother going to university in America, which my middle-class father, he was a middle-class income, was able to fund. The exchange rate at that time was 75 kobo to a single dollar back then in the late 70s. It was indeed Nigerian golden age. Life was really good. Nigeria of today is in dire need of these good old days. The value that we were taught, integrity we imbibed, the dignity of labor ingrained in our subconscious mind, the uprightness we learned was a virtue, the diligence they etched in our conduct, the honesty and admonitions, the positive experience that we had, the wholesome memories that we share should not stay only in our generation. We need to bring back those highly cherished values, the lessons and the Nigeria of yesterday into the present so that the current and future generation can experience their own good old days. It's not too late to change the narrative. Where there's a will, there will always be a way. Our children, my children, our children deserve a brighter and better future, not reminiscence of the good old days. I therefore join Sashe More Badejo in this collective drive towards greater tomorrow. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to welcome you back to another interesting episode of Space and Style. It's a real estate show designed to cater to all your real estate needs. My name is Olamide Onifade, and thank you for sharing your time with us today. Again, last week on the show, we had a very interesting topic where we discussed the importance of tenancy agreements, and I trust you learned one or two things from it. Today, we are going to discuss the rights and duties of tenants. Of course, where there are rights, there is a corresponding duty attached. And we still have our guest from the previous week to do justice to this topic. We also have other segments on the show to provide you with trends and tips to put you on the top of your game in all your real estate transactions. But before we jump into the conversation, we have to go on a short break, and we'll be back in a minute. Thank you for staying with us. Before the break, we were talking about the rights and duties of tenants, and to discuss this topic with me is our guest from the previous week, Mr. Roland Dogle. He is a lawyer who obtained his LLB degree from Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, and he also attended the Nigerian Law School, where he bagged the second-class upper division. We also attended the University of Lagos and also backed an LLM degree. He has been in active legal practice since his call to the Nigerian bar. Thank you so much for coming again.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Last week was really interesting. We talked about tenancy agreements and all that. And of course, to every tenancy agreement, there has to be tenants and landlords. So we'd like to take the rights of the tenant first.
Okay.
This week. So what are the rights of tenants? Because I understand that there are rights and there are duties.
Essentially.
So to even start the conversation, let's start with what are the rights of tenants?
Okay. There are some basic and fundamental rights that would usually inure to the tenant upon the execution of the tenancy agreement. First of them, which is very important and basic, is the right to quiet and peaceable enjoyment of the demised premises. In a layman's language, this connotes that the tenant, upon the execution of the tenancy agreement, has a right to the enjoyment of the premises that
exclusive possession.
Exclusive possession is a fallout of this particular right. This connotes that the tenant should have exclusive use of the place to the exclusion of every other person, inclusive of the landlord. So the landlord should not in any manner whatsoever or in any way whatsoever interfere with the right of peaceable enjoyment of the tenant. Another fallout of this right is a right is the right to privacy, which is a draw-out or a follow-up of the right to the exclusive possession. It is expected that throughout the duration of the term that has been granted to the tenant, that the tenant would have privacy and free from all forms of disturbances and interferences whatsoever from the landlord or any person claiming through the landlord.
Let me cut you here.
Okay.
Well, of course, this is Lagos, particularly in Lagos.
Yes, please.
Your landlord might be living inside the same compound or probably living next. Yes. How is that obtainable?
Well, it is very, very obtainable. That is why a tenancy agreement is very, very important. Once the agreement is there, the implication is that that premises which would have been adequately described in the tenancy agreement would be exclusively for the tenant. Once there is an interference, the implication is that that right has been breached. So the fact that the landlord lives with the tenant in the same premises does not give the landlord that right to interfere or disturb the
Can you give
right
us instances of interference?
It is expected that for the term granted, the tenant who is in possession would enjoy quiet possession. This presupposes that the landlord, without notice, cannot just barge into the premises, and for whatever reason, the reason may be justified, the reason may be tenable, but it is expected that some form of notice would have been extended to the tenant before visiting the premises. For example, where for any reason there is a repair that is to be effected, it is expected and it is only reasonable that the landlord will give notice, adequate notice to the tenant that on so day at so time I will be around to either inspect the premises or for the purpose of carrying out a particular repair. So once there is no notice and the landlord shows up, that would mean some form of interference. And the tenant, to some extent, has reasonable right to protect his exclusive possession and his privacy.
And how does he do that?
Well, if there is a knock on the door, for example, and the tenant has guests in his apartment, and it's at that point that the landlord decides to come and do an inspection of the accommodation, I think the tenant can politely tell the landlord that it is not convenient, where such notice was not previously communicated to the tenant.
Sorry to put in, something just came to my mind again.
Okay.
It's very usual. It's a practice amongst landlords to tell you that, take for instance, you rented a flat, a 3-bedroom flat.
Yes, please.
They still come around to ask to tell you the number of people that can occupy. Is that within the law?
Well, if parties from the beginning agreed that a certain number of persons should be restricted to the use of the accommodation, then to some extent the landlord may be able to come and inquire or try to enforce those
even
provisions
if he's not paying the utility
agreement.
bills.
Well, it is immaterial. Where in most instances the landlord would ask, how many of you, what's the number of your family, you understand? And
they will tell you can't take guests.
Where from the beginning, parties agree that a certain number of persons will be the persons that will be living in the accommodation. I think the landlord, to that extent, can seek to protect that provision of the agreement. But where it is not provided for, it is expected that a tenant, for example, would have guests, would have visitors from time to time. I think to that extent, the landlord cannot now come to now seek to enforce that provision where those guests are just visiting, where those visitors are just coming around for a couple of days and it is expected they will go back. So the landlord cannot now come and use that as a ground for seeking to disturb or interfere with the rights of the tenant.
So, moving forward quickly, what about the issue of rent increase? Because, excuse me, if you look at the tenancy law of 2011, yes, I don't think there's anything that caters to indiscriminate increase in rents. So it's at the discretion of the landlord and the tenant. So what protection does the tenant have when you just wake up, or probably after a year or two, though you've paid a particular rent, your landlord just doubles it? What is the protection for a tenant?
Well, the issue of rent increase is a matter of a negotiation. Just like every contract, parties are expected to be at the same point on the issue of rent. Where the tenant has moved into the premises and after a period of time, the landlord decides to exercise his option of rent review, I think usually parties are expected to agree, but that is not the position in reality. You find a situation where the landlord or the landlord's lawyer would write to the tenant informing the tenant of increase of rent from XYZ to a particular amount. What is expected in such a situation is for the tenant to open a line of communication. Whether you like it or not, the landlord has a right to review his rent. So the reasonable thing that is expected of the tenant in such a situation is to open a communication line with the landlord and seek to discuss the review, so that the increment will not be so much that the tenant, as it were, would not be in a difficult or bad situation.
Thank you so much. We're due for a short break. Just hold your thoughts. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, and thank you so much for staying glued to your screens, and you're still watching Space and Style. So before we went on the break, we were talking about rent.
Yes, please.
Prevailing economic situation, does it have an impact on this?
Definitely. Yeah. The landlord is not living in an isolated world. Definitely economic indices and all of that would usually affect the issue of rent. Inflation is a common factor and is usually a common ground that a landlord gives for rent review. And basically, like I mentioned earlier, the option to review rent when taking alongside prevailing economic circumstances, the landlord usually has an obligation to some extent to discuss the review with the tenant. And in situations where the notice of rent increments is given adequately, the tenant will have the option of either still choosing to remain on the property upon the expiration of his tenancy, or by paying the new rent, of course, or vacate same, where he or she is unable to pay the new rent. So the issue of adequate notice is very, very important.
Okay, so moving on to this question. Who is responsible for maintenance and repairs?
Well, the issue of responsibility on maintenance and repair would usually depend on the type or nature of the repair that is to be effected. Where the maintenance or the repair is of a major magnitude, it is expected that the landlord would be responsible. Issues of roofing, for example, that is so important. Issues of the structure of the property in question, then it is expected that the landlord would be responsible. However, for other repairs and maintenances that are of minor nature, for example, issue of wear and tear, it is expected that as facilities and amenities are being used over time, they will begin to deteriorate. Broken tap, broken security lights, and all of that. It is expected that the tenant would effect those.
But what happens in a case I send notification to my landlord that it doesn't come on time to repair, and especially when the repair is very, very urgent? What should the tenant do in that instance?
Well, in such an instance, in as much as a notice has been given to the landlord to draw his attention to a particular defect that need urgent maintenance or urgent repair, as it were, it is expected that after a reasonable time, the tenant, in order to protect himself, particularly from the harshness of the weather and all of that, where, for example, there is a thunderstorm which has affected the roof of a building, and then the tenant is able to put the landlord on notice, and the landlord fails or neglects to effect such repairs as soon as possible, the tenant can go ahead and effect such repairs. Then he will now need to seek some form of a compensation or reimbursement from the landlord, because the obligation to effect those repairs is primarily that of the landlord.
Okay, what about the issue of service charge?
Yes.
Because the law says in every 6 months, you're supposed to get a written account when you pay service charge. What do you think of this?
Well, the issue of service charge, it's a different contract entirely, because apart from the tenancy agreement, you find instances where the landlord and the tenant will also go into another agreement for the provision of certain services for the tenant in the premises that is rented. The law has also given some form of protection so that the tenant is protected from abuse by the landlord. That is where the issue of accountability comes in. The landlord is expected to be transparent and open on the issue of service charge. To that extent, the tenant is entitled to periodic account of how the service charge is put to use. This also protects the landlord such that where economic reality is no longer possible for a particular amount that was being charged as service charge.
Like now that diesel has gone up.
So the landlord too, if he's transparent and open the tenant, he can also tell the tenant, this is the reality on ground. The XYZ amount that you were paying previously is no longer enough to take care of this particular service, and there is the need to review what was being paid. So it's both ways. When parties are open and transparent, it helps the relationship.
We have a lot of issues concerning rights of tenants, but of course we have obligations.
Yes.
But because of time, can you just quickly wrap up on what the law expects the tenant to do in correspondence?
Well, there are certain obligations that are expected of the tenant, like we have mentioned earlier. There is the duty of rent. The tenant is expected to pay rent. Rent is a fundamental term of the contract. So the rent is expected to be paid by the tenant in the manner and on the basis that parties have agreed to. Then another duty is the duty to maintain and keep the premises in a tenantable state. It is expected that due to wear and tear, that as the tenant occupies the premises, that certain facilities will need repair. So there is an obligation on the tenant to ensure that those facilities are maintained, they are repaired, so that the property will continue to be in a state that will be habitable to the tenant. Then another duty that is expected of the tenant is the duty not to alter any part of the premises or the building without the consent of the landlord. We have instances where tenants on their own will begin to build extensions, build additions, begin to alter the premises or the accommodation without even putting the landlord on notice. That would amount to a fundamental breach of the tenancy agreement.
So in that case, what are you supposed to do? You want to have an extension?
It's expected that you put the landlord on notice to seek his consent. It is not bad to make improvements on a property or a premises, but it is only reasonable that before you begin to build extensions, before you begin to build improvements and additions, put your landlord on notice. That is the reasonable thing to do.
And lastly, I would like to, just bring this also to your attention.
Yes, please.
The honesty of the intention of purpose.
Yes.
Some people get a property which is strictly residential, and before you know it, they convert it to a church.
Yes.
They convert it to a business, commercial purpose. This is a fundamental breach.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
Usually the terms of the tenancy agreement would usually determine the use that the property is to be put to. Where a property is given out to a tenant for residential purpose only, and the tenant decides to use the property for commercial purpose, that obviously is a fundamental breach of the agreement between parties.
And can that lead to an eviction?
The landlord can, on the basis of that, seek to recover possession from the tenant. So in that instance, what the landlord will do is to write to the tenant, informing him or her of his breach of the tenancy agreement. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for staying with us. We have come to the end of this segment, and I hope you enjoyed yourself, and I hope you learned one or two things from the segment. So we also have the next segment, which is the design tip of the week. Please enjoy it and incorporate it into your DIY.
I'm Dr. Morenike Basharu, CEO and Chief Creative Director at Dewey Options Limited, an interior design firm. So today we're going to talk about lighting in interior design. Lighting is one of the most important elements of design. And it's simply because an interior project is brought to light with lighting. Imagine a space that you do a beautiful colors, beautiful furniture with no light. You know, it's not going to be lively. It will be drab. So lighting brings life to every design project. So we're going to talk about, today I'm going to talk to you about the importance of lighting, and also I'm going to talk to you about the different types of lighting we've got in interior design. So light creates depth and it creates coziness in a design project. Also, light can be used to focus on very attractive areas in a design project because, let me take for example, you design a living space and you put a particular beautiful furniture in a corner, you know, and you want to highlight this furniture, you can put a lighting around there, you know, to bring focus to that furniture. So you use lighting to do that. Also, lighting can be used for tasks. Right? So we want to read, for example, we can have the reading lamps, we can have lighting that are used in kitchen cabinetry, for instance, that you want to focus on some items that you put in your cabinets, right? Or you put wall arts on the wall, you might want to have lighting on top of this wall art, you know, to focus on some interior accessories that you put on them. So lighting can be used for this. So we're going to go into types of lighting that we have. So we've got three broad categories of lighting. So we've got the ambience lighting, we have the task, and we have the accent light. So for the ambience light is like the light that gives the ambience to the space. So it's the bright lighting. So you can use chandeliers to create that. You can use your spotlight to create that. So that's what gives the mood to that space. So let me take, for example, in a workspace, like an office, a corporate office, you want to have bright lighting. So you don't want to start using like the mood yellow or very amber lighting. You want to use the white lighting because that is the function of that space. In a home, for example, maybe you have a living room or you want to have a place where it's cozy, you might want to use like your amber lighting. So we have got the ambient light. We have the task light that is used for purpose. So let me take, for example, in the kitchen, I want to put it under my cabinetry. So if I want to work on the kitchen top, I can put it on and I can chop and see clearly. If I want to read by maybe a reading table in a corner, I want to put light there so it helps me, it illuminates the area properly for me. You know, so we also have the accent light that can focus on pieces, you know, just to accentuate those pieces. So let me take, for example, a wall art. You can have a beautiful wall art on the wall and you want to put a beautiful lighting over it to focus on the wall art. You can have like a pretty piece somewhere, you want to put light on it to just focus on it. So those are the different categories of lighting that we have. But and we also have the decorative lighting. And in some instances, you can have some lighting that are ambience lighting, but again, they're decorative. And that's when we talk about our chandeliers. And that's why we have some chandeliers, they're not drab, they're a bit dramatic, you know, to bring, you know, to pop the space. All right, so let me give you a tip to go away with today. So if you have a small space and you don't want to spend too much and you still want your space to be a bit dramatic, you can just change your chandelier. Have that dramatic chandelier in place. I hope you've been able to learn one or two things today. See you again next week. Bye-bye.
Space and style.
Ti wà ní ẹnu iṣẹ́ yẹn sí ọgbọ̀n ọdún. Ó wà fẹ́ ti wà torí situation iṣẹ́ wa yẹn sì. Bí dọ́là yẹn ṣe ń rise ni owó orin yẹn náà wọ́n máa ń gbé owó ẹ̀ sókè. So whatever ń sìn, assuming irin tá a rà ní bí 1,000 tí dọ́là bá rise wọ́n lè ta fún wa 3,000 so àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń gbéjẹ́ fún wa náà ọ̀hún ní fẹ́ fowó kù ṣùgbọ́n míì kan ti mọ̀ wá pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ yẹn kò sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé káwa náà tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn challenges pọ̀ gan-an nídìí iṣẹ́ yìí ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa a ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́ generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná ó ti yé yín so àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn so táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá miss láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn iná generator náà lálẹ́ lè lò àsúnmì tó bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe wà yìí máa ń ní program fún iṣẹ́ mi so mo lè níṣẹ́ 3 4 so àwọn ọmọ tó ń bá mi iṣẹ́ wà tó yẹ pé tí bá ti níṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ màá pọ̀ pé wọ́n wá àjọ áńdù iṣẹ́ yẹn so lórí iṣẹ́ yìí náà àwọn ọmọ wà tó yẹ pé àti kọ́ iṣẹ́ tó yẹ pé èmi wà nù wọn tó yẹ pé ó ń lọ school ó ń ti school tó bá close in school á wá síbi á wá kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn so ó fi ń ṣe part time so along the line ó dẹ̀ náà ti wà láyà rẹ̀ client wà tó yẹ pé èmi wà ó lè lóun fẹ́ gba iṣẹ́ òun níbi ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tíṣẹ́ mi dẹ̀ ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi so mo lè fún grace fún ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 tó bá lè avoid ẹ̀ so I go ahead so èmi ìtàn dẹ̀ ti mọ iṣẹ́ wa so kò ní doubt a ní òkè kò sí problem wọn á ṣe so láti bẹ̀ lọ iṣẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n lè má tó time tèmi wá dá fún yẹn á gbé àwọn irin tá à ń lò àwọn irin quality so àwọn nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe ó máa ń last débi pé ẹlòmíì gan tó máa padà fún yàn ni ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nù fọ́nrìn àti local nìyẹn fọ́nrìn bóyá wà ẹ́ kò ń strong ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń wo finishing tiwa dẹ̀rẹ̀ finishing tiwa ó lè farapẹ́ díẹ̀ ni ṣùgbọ́n tiwa ó máa ń strong ju wọn lọ ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nù finishing fọ́nrìn ni pé material sì wà tó ń mòdì kíní yẹn fún wọn lọ́hùn tiwa ń bí ọwọ́ làwa fi ń ṣe irú ìsìn ìgbà táwa fi kọ́ṣẹ́ tiwa ń gbà yẹn àwa lo 6 years a tún fi 6 years sin ọ̀gá ṣùgbọ́n ń sìn láyé òde ìlú àwọn ọmọ tó ń kọ́ṣẹ́ ń sìn grace wọn ò ju 1.5 years 2 years so àwọn náà ti wà wọ́n ti gbàyàn dá àwọn náà ti máa dáṣẹ́ ara wọn ṣe nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí gbà yẹn mo wà ní bíi 19 years mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí nígbà yẹn so ẹ̀kọ́ rí méjì mo kọ̀ rí lórí iṣẹ́ yìí ni pé ìgbà yẹn náà mo fẹ́ kọ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn òbí tó bí mi wọ́n ti ríran jù èmi lọ so àwọn ní iṣẹ́ yìí ló máa kọ́ along the line bọ́ọ̀lù ohun mi kì í gbá ṣùgbọ́n mi ò fẹ́ tàpá sí òfin àwọn òbí mi ni mo ṣe ìyànṣẹ́ ìláyò ìgbà tèmi náà dẹ̀ wá wọnú ẹ̀ wọ́n á rí i pé iṣẹ́ tó rọrùn ni ṣe rí iṣẹ́ wẹ́dà ọ̀pá àti obìnrin ṣe ráwa ọkùnrin wa gan ládé ní ayé ìsìn ọ̀hún fẹ́ kọ́ṣẹ́ wẹ́dà torí iṣẹ́ tó le ni iṣẹ́ ojú ni ó ti yẹ nǹkan tó máa fi ń sá fún iṣẹ́ yẹn nìyẹn.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week, and I hope you enjoyed all the segments. I am still Olamide Onifade, and thank you so much for watching. Until next time, this is Space and Style.
Good evening. I am Maureen Menong-Izigwe, and this is News Update. President Muhammadu Buhari has signed Executive Order 11, which mandates the government to institutionalize maintenance of public buildings into law. Signing the new law just before the commencement of the weekly virtual Federal Executive Council meeting at the Presidential Villa, the President directed all ministries, departments, and agencies of government to set up maintenance departments in line with the provisions of the new executive order. Buhari pointed out that the maintenance of public facilities has gone beyond just a culture, but an economy, providing employment for a good number of Nigerians. He said the order now gives legal backing to the country's national maintenance policy following its earlier approval by the Federal Executive Council. Federal government has lifted a nationwide midnight curfew and limitations on gatherings along with other restrictions imposed more than 2 years ago to curb the spread of coronavirus. A statement issued by the Presidential Steering Committee on COVID-19 states that the removal of restrictions was decided in view of the declining number of cases, reduced risk of importation of new variants, as well as the availability of vaccines. The government encourages private companies to continue implementing measures to limit the spread of the virus at work and also instruct civil servants to go back to their offices. The Senate has considered a bill sponsored by Senator Suleiman Umar, APC Kwara, seeking to establish the National Religious Harmony Commission as it has passed the second reading during plenary. Leading debate on the general principles of the bill, Umar said the United Nations Charter and several provisions of the 1999 Constitution as amended were based on the principles of the dignity and equality of all human beings, and that the UN Charter sought the promotion and respect of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all without distinction to race, sex, language, or religion. The bill, after consideration, was referred to the Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters for legislative input and was given 4 weeks to turn in its report. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has made a haul of 1,399 kilograms of drugs in Kaduna in March, sealing a shop and 4 houses in the process. Commander of the NDLEA in the state, Umar Adoro, gave the breakdown of drugs seized as 997.121 kilograms of Indian hemp, 342.329 kilograms of other psychotropic substances, 0.027 kilograms of cocaine, 0.036 kilograms of heroin, and 59.382 kilograms of tramadol. Adoro said 3 of the houses sealed are located in the Rigachikun area of the state, while the 4th was in the Angwamegero area. The wife of the immediate past governor of Anambra State, Ebelechukwu Obiano, has picked her expression of interest and nomination forms to contest for the Senate seat of Anambra North District in the 2023 general election. This is coming a few hours after the Chief of Staff to the former governor, Primus Odili, declared interest to run for the same seat. She said the plight of the people, especially women and children from the rural communities of her constituency, informed her decision to hearken to the demonstrations and pleas from various groups and organizations to represent the zone at the 10th National Assembly. Burkina Faso's former president, Blaise Compaoré, has been sentenced to life imprisonment for complicity in the 1987 murder of his predecessor, Thomas Sankara, in a coup. The charismatic Marxist revolutionary Sankara was gunned down in the West African nation's capital, Ouagadougou, at the age of 37, 4 years after he took power in a previous coup. Compaoré was charged in absentia along with his former head of security, Hyacinth Kafando, who was also sentenced to life imprisonment. Both have previously denied any involvement in Sankara's death, along with 12 other defendants accused of involvement in the plot, 3 of whom were declared innocent on Wednesday. New accounts have emerged of Malian troops and suspected Russian mercenaries killing about 300 people in a town in its central region. Rights group Human Rights Watch, in a statement, said there had been a deliberate slaughter of people detained in the central town of Mora, describing it as being under the quasi control of Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb. The United Nations missions in the Sahelian nation, MINUSMA, has said it is still waiting for authorization from the transitional authorities to launch its fact-finding mission in Mora. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has defended America's response to the war in Ukraine during a heated exchange with a Republican lawmaker who accused the Pentagon of overestimating Russia's military capability. Austin and other U.S. officials say U.S. support to Ukrainian forces, along with Ukraine's strong will to fight, has thwarted Russia's plans for a swift victory in its now more than a month-long invasion.
To embrace socialism at the National Defense University, to do mandatory pronoun training. Do you assess?
It's again, this is the most capable, the most combat-critical force in the world. It has been, and it will be so going forward.
Not if we continue down this path.
To do that.
Not if we embrace socialism.
The fact that you're embarrassed by your country.
No. I'm embarrassed by your leadership. I am not embarrassed for my country. I wish we were not losing to China.
It's what you're saying.
You know what? That is so disgraceful that you would sit here and conflate your failures with the failures of the uniformed service members. You guys said that Russia would overrun Ukraine in 36 days. You said that the Taliban would be kept at bay for months. You totally blew those calls. And maybe we would be better at them if the National Defense University actually worked a little more on strategy and a little less on wokeism.
Has it occurred to you that Russia has not overrun Ukraine because of what we've done and our allies have done?
But that was baked into your flawed assessment. That was baked into your flawed assessment. And so I saw that the Obama administration tried to destroy our military by starving it of resources, and it seems the Biden administration is trying to destroy our military by force-feeding it wokeism.
Business news now. The Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe has said that it was set to introduce a new 100 Zimbabwean dollar note. This followed instructions by the Finance and Economic Development Minister, Mutili Nkube, in a statutory instrument published in the April 5th Extraordinary Government Gazette. At Tuesday's weekly foreign currency auction, the Zimbabwean dollar's rate fell to 145.8721 Zimbabwean dollar to $1 US, down from the previous week's 142.4237 to $1 US. And in entertainment news, actress Rita Dominic and her fiancé Fidelis Anosike, publisher of Daily Times newspaper, will be getting married in Imo State on April 18th and 19th, even as photos of them together have been shared online ahead of their union. The actress's representative shared that the couple got engaged some time ago and have been privately putting plans together for the upcoming nuptials. The last Christmas holiday season was a bit more special for Rita, as she revealed her partner in December 2021 via her verified Instagram page. Kanye West is in the news again. He has pulled out of his scheduled performance at the Coachella Festival. The rapper had been scheduled to play the closing night of the two-weekend festival, which runs April 15th to 17th and April 22nd to 24th, although the reason for his cancellation was not clear. He was barred from a planned appearance at Sunday's night Grammy Awards due to what was described as his, quote, concerning online behavior, end of quote. Recall that in 2020, Kanye West had pulled out of a planned headlining appearance at the 2020 festival, which was postponed to this year due to the pandemic. British singer Ed Sheeran says baseless copyright claims are damaging the music industry. He said this after he won a case at the High Court in London over whether a refrain in his 2017 mega hit Shape of You had been lifted from another artist. Sheeran had been involved in a legal battle with Grimm artist Sammy Chokri, who performs as Sammy Switch, and music producer Ross Donoghue, who had argued the hook from Shape of You had been copied from their 2015 song Oh Why. He said he had analyzed the song's musical elements and found that there was compelling evidence that the oi or I phrase originated from sources other than OY.
Whilst we're obviously happy with the result, I feel like claims like this are way too common now and have become a culture where a claim is made with the idea that a settlement will be cheaper than taking it to court, even if there's no base for the claim. It's really damaging to the songwriting industry. There's only so many notes and very few chords used in pop music. Coincidence is bound to happen if 60,000 songs are being released every day on Spotify. That's 22 million songs a year, and there's only 12 notes that are available. I don't want to take anything away from the pain and hurt suffered from both sides of this case, but I just want to say I'm not an entity. I'm not a corporation. I'm a human being. I'm a father. I'm a husband. I'm a son. Lawsuits are not a pleasant experience, and I hope with this ruling it means in the future baseless claims like this can be avoided. This really does have to end. Me, Johnny and Steve are very grateful for all the support sent to us by fellow songwriters over the last few weeks.
So it was a resounding victory for Ed Sheeran. The judge basically believed the evidence that Mr. Sheeran gave by himself and also the other witnesses that were called on his behalf, to the extent that there was no evidence of any deliberate copying of the riff, and also that even if there had been any form of copying, actually there were significant differences between OY and the OI riff that was included in Shape of You.
And in sports news, the Senate has summoned Minister of Youth and Sports Development Sunday Dare over the vandalization of Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja, by hoodlums on March the 29th after the Super Eagles failed to qualify for the Qatar 2022 World Cup. The upper chamber equally invited the president of the Nigeria Football Federation, NFF, Amaju Pinnick, and other agencies involved in the maintenance of the stadium. The Senate also mandated its Committee on Sports and Youth Development to investigate the remote and immediate causes of the failure of the Eagles to qualify for the World Cup in spite of numerous government support. The Los Angeles Lakers have officially been eliminated from the playoff contention after their 121-110 defeat to the Phoenix Suns. A seventh straight defeat compounded what has been a miserable campaign for the Lakers, who are now 31-48 for the season, 3 games behind the San Antonio Spurs with 3 to play. Russell Westbrook led the team with 28 points in LeBron James's continued absence, while Anthony Davis chipped in with 21. Devin Booker scored a game-high 32 points for the Western Conference leaders. Well, that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Maureen Menong-Ezigwe. Thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Seize it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hesse Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it used to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Hesse Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Nigerian female artists have shown growth and made a remarkable impact in their music careers. The process of thriving, staying relevant, and consistent with music hits in the Nigerian industry that is so competitive is not as easy as its female artists make them seem. The following artists, in no particular order, have worked hard for their career success, which in turn has then made them top favorites. First off on the list is Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage, also known as Mommy Jam Jam, was already a major success by the time her debut Once Upon a Time arrived in 2013. She continued releasing hits throughout the following decade and expanded her global reach, performing at international festivals and venues and appearing on the 2019 soundtrack The Lion King: The Gift. With releases like her 2020 Cecilia and of course the latest 2021 Water and Gary EP, her sound grew to incorporate vintage Afrobeat influences, while her lyrics have become more socially conscious and female empowering. I mean, people can't seem to get enough of her most recent 2021 music hits featuring iconic American female artist Brandy, titled Somebody's Son.
Somebody's son, go find me one day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, somebody's son, go love me one day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, yeah.
Coming in at number 2 on the list is Mama Africa, as Yemi Alade is popularly known, which obviously can be argued was derived from her flamboyant display of African fashion she has consistently stuck to throughout her career. I mean, in 2016, she was named Brand Ambassador for African Fashion Week Nigeria and African Fashion Week London, respectively. But away from fashion, she is a Nigerian Afro-pop singer and songwriter who emerged in 2009 as the winner of the popular Pig Talent Show. After the Pig competition, she released her debut single Fimisile later that year. A deal with the Efizi Music Group yielded the 2013 international massive hit song Johnny. With over 138 million views on YouTube alone and counting, which was included on her debut album King of Queens in 2014. A mix of reggae, R&B, rap, and Afropop, the album featured a number of collaborations between notable producers and guest artists like Fino and of course Chidima. Her follow-up album Mama Africa was released in 2016 and featured the singles Do As I Do and Ferrari. A companion EP, Mama Afrique, followed in 2017, and to be very honest, she has not slowed down ever since in her music journey of conquering Africa with her indigenous sound till this very moment.
But my money no they complete. But my rising no get me so. But my life no they jolly. But now
Number 3 is Tenny. Nigerian singer and songwriter Tenny is known for uplifting, stylistically eclectic songs that stand apart from her Afropop contemporaries. She first came into prominence in 2018 when a series of songs, including Case, found a streaming audience numbering in the millions. Her debut EP, Billionaire, followed in 2019. She signed with Magic Finger Records to release her first song, Amen, in 2016. Moving to Dr. Dollar's Entertainment in the following year, her second track, Virgin, found a broader audience, and the year 2018 brought mainstream hits like Case and, of course, the very likable Uyomeyo. She presented her first EP, Billionaire, in 2019 and was nominated for a BET Awards for Best New International Act and an MTV Europe Music Award for Best African Act. Still with Dr. Dollar, Tenny teamed up with DJ Neptune on the next year's The Quarantine Playlist EP.
Wanna make love on the moon, dancing to my tunes. Easy too much, it's not too much. I wanna be a forest, if wishes were horses. Easy too much, it's not too much.
Coming in as number 4, Tems is a Nigerian Alte R&B singer, songwriter, and record producer. She is what you can refer to as the new kid on the block, but with a massive success. Since 2018, local hits like Mr. Rebel, Try Me, and of course the striking EP for Broken Ears have earned her prominence from within Nigeria's Alte scene, alternative music and fashion subculture that has both chaffed against and filtered with the mainstream. Now, this stunning global 1 in a million blow-up rich of Essence featuring Wizkid has been nothing but transformative for Tems' career. Tems also appeared on Certified Lover Boy, the Drake album. Yes, the American rapper Drake. Tems featured on Drake's album that has topped the US and UK charts this month on the song Fountains.
I don't know why you're the one. Turn me out of my mind. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body.
And finally, coming as number 5 is Simi. Simi is an award-winning Nigerian female music artist with years of experience under her belt. Her professional music career started in 2008 following the release of her first debut studio album titled Ogaju in 2008, which contains songs like Iya Temi and Araele, with the entire musical production from Sam Clef. In 2016, Simi released an EP with Fowls titled Chemistry and followed it up in September of 2017 with her very own sophomore album Simisola, which was a hit, making it at number 5 on Billboard World Music Charts.
The album also debuted at number 1 on both Apple Music and iTunes charts and held that position for 3 weeks.
Apart from staying steady on her game as a singer and songwriter, she can also be credited with mixing and mastering her now husband Adekunle Gold's debut studio album, Gold.
Shall we get assignment? But you no pay attention to the intimidation she dey face. No be like water.
I bet your eyes and ears are thrilled with music videos coming from Nigerian artists. You obviously notice the singer, the video vixens, and other talents. But what about the music director? Close your eyes, think about your favorite music video, and see if you can tell who directed it. Great if you can, sad if you can't. We're here to celebrate the brains behind the videos out there, and here are 5 top Nigerian music video directors. Number 1, Clarence Peters. He's a director, filmmaker, and cinematographer. The founder and chief executive officer of Capital Dream Pictures was involved in a mobile-sponsored music video for a documentary on AIDS in 1998. He directed 40 episodes of the TV series Everyday People. Peters has also shot a good number of documentaries, TV commercials, short films, and TV features. He has directed music videos for recording artists such as Dare, Durella, Wizkid, Seyi Shay, Burna Boy, Waje, Tubaba, Fino, Runtown, and Yemi Alade. Peters has won numerous awards for his works. Number 2, TG Omori. Also known as Boy Director, TG Omori is a Nigerian music video director and cinematographer. He started directing at 15 while overseeing stage plays at school and church. He began making videos a year later but took it up professionally at 18 after graduating from Pencil Film Institute. This made him the youngest professional filmmaker in Nigeria. He has worked with Olamide, Wizkid, Burna Boy, Techno, Kiss Daniel, Fireboy DML, Fowls, Timaya, Naira Marley, and many others.
So I put the further camera when I pass it down. Put some Gucci on that booty cause she kill a man. That's why she don't want to push, she wanna stick around. But she still say that she love me cause I'm sexy. And I tell her that she lying, that she flexing. She be screaming, I be screaming, we be reckless. But I know that she be liking makeup sexy.
Number 3, Meji Alabi. This London-born Nigerian filmmaker, director, photographer, and producer has worked alongside Beyonce, Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Tiwa Savage, Popcan, Goldlink, and Nasty C. He directed Seyi Shay's Murder in 2014, a move that gave him the desired attention in Nigeria. Alabi also worked with Wizkid on his Made in Lagos album. He's a co-founder of JM Films with Jimmy Adesoya.
You know my style, you know the chance, then it's all up eBay. If you say you get the man, then you wanna try, you could go die, baby. You've been a landslide for a long time, but then no one believe me. All of when I come back, tell you one try, but you do have me for easy.
Number 4, Dami Twitch. His original name is Owolabi Oluwadamilola. Twitch started with photography in 2013 before going to full music production in 2017. That was the year he shot his first music video for Burna Boy and Yonda. He has gone on to shoot visuals for Fowls, Burna Boy, Olamide, Lil Kesh, Victor A.D., Simi, Peruzzi, Mayokun, Leah, and Davido. Number 5, HG2 Filmworks. Olaolu Olabode Folarin, also known as HG2 Filmworks, is a Nigerian-American music video director, graphic designer, entrepreneur, and cinematographer. Olabode began his production journey as a graphic designer and later went into full-time music video production in 2010. He has directed music videos for big-name artists like D'banj, Kiss Daniel, Dami Crane, Reminisce, Nice, and Scales. You will agree with me that these directors bend over backwards to churn out massive videos for our entertainment. And such, they deserve more than enough accolades for their contributions. So whenever you watch your favorite artist videos, always remember the men behind the scene.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
for Sports on Plus TV Africa. It's Wednesday, and my name is Mukail Tinubu. I have with me today Victor Godfrey. He's blessing us with his presence and his sports knowledge. Victor?
Good morning, Mukail. Thank you so much. It's a very rainy day. Wet day in Lagos. Cool things down a bit.
True.
I'm excited to turn up the heat again.
Well, what are we going to do? Meanwhile,